you lot all joined us, we were talking about Mindjack, if you can believe it.
Mindjack. Shout out to the 7th generation of consoles.
Oh, it's so many glorious, wonderful disasters.
Mm-hmm.
I'm actually trying to source a 360 so that I can go through a few of them. Like, not all of them are good stream games.
No. But I mean, there's a nostalgia factor, right? That can be entertaining.
Yeah. Whoa, and the one that everyone has had to put up with me yelling about for years is Lost Planet 2.
Oh, man, I wish Games for Windows Live was not a dickhead to work with.
I know.
I would love to play that with some pals.
I have gone full-on 90s movie perception of a hacker trying to make the multiplayer... Trying to just make it work, not even the multiplayer work.
Yeah.
But no. You can still do split screen, which isn't awful. But never again will people get to have that great moment where, like, all 4 of you have been running along the train and avoiding explosions.
Oh,
and do this dramatic
shooting
leap from one to another.
Big old sandworm acrid from a... with your rockets. Ugh.
And I loved that the QTEs would be like how you would land at the end of cutscenes, and if you biffed it, your character would like fall off and take damage. So good.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
Oh. And yes, Bacon, Wolfgrant, it is coffee time. Joe's got coffee. I've got fresh coffee. We're doing this.
Mm-hmm.
Come on in, friends. Come on in. So I was. Before you all joined us, friends, I was talking to Joe, and I was just talking about how I posted on Twitter that we should remake Daikatana. This isn't a bit. I genuinely think Daikatana should get a remake. And we were just chatting about games that... what was the... Great concept, poor execution.
Yes. And how it feels as though... This is subjective, of course, but like those games deserve remakes more than games that have already sold, but we know why they don't. It's because it's not a surefire thing, you know, like it's very risky.
You need to, I mean, the golden crossover would be an IP that was very successful that tanked.
Yes.
That's still talked about.
Yeah,
So
I mean, I guess that's what we get with what's it called? Psychonauts, you know.
Yes. And it's easy to forget the Psychonauts sold like garbage.
Yeah.
I'm so glad that it gained that cult status, you know.
Yeah.
Okay, so Ehrman, and I'm not picking on you specifically, but Ehrman was mentioning the marketing campaign around Daikatana, the famous John Romero's going to make you his bitch.
Yep.
And at least according to like the interviews and stuff he's done since, like that was a marketing agency who primarily worked in other spheres. So like they worked in like movies and music and things like that. And they wanted to lean into the whole Romero the rock star angle. And he let him.
I mean, sure. I guess. I guess back then it's like we didn't know what would work. It's the old west of, you know, video game era. So I guess it's understandable that maybe he might think it would be a good idea.
And I mean, it was the 90s, you know.
It was the 90s.
But one of the things I keep thinking about is we still give him shit for that. But if you look at the current mobile gaming ads that roll now, wait a minute, what the hell is that? Like, John Romero's gonna make his bitch doesn't even come close to some of the stuff.
Oh yeah, you continue with that thought. I need to thank some people real quick. Sorry.
Okay.
Frost Prime. Lovely weather we're having. We're having lovely weather. Hello. That's a raid of 700. Wow. How we doing? How's it going, everybody? My name is JoCat. I make a variety of content, both on stream and on YouTube. Frost Prime is a wonderful, lovely man. Thank you for the kindness, and I'm still a little bit flustered that Cum Gang. Hi, Cum Gang. How you doing? Yeah, lovely weather we're having. It actually is lovely weather where I am. I live in the good old Louisiana, down in the swamps, and it's starting to get cold over here, and the cold is really nice down here. I'm currently playing Valheim with a good old Will Overguard, and I've yet to send out my stream announcement notification, so I'm going to do that right now. But yeah, welcome. We're trying to get him to partner because nobody deserves it more than him. He's a good lad. He's a very chill, nice lad. He works in the games industry as well and has industry experience. I don't know if he is currently working on any projects or if he's even allowed to talk about that, but send your weather to Ohio, please. I am beaming. I'm beaming Louisiana weather over there. But yeah, welcome. Valheim, fun times, being Vikings, crafting. Anyway, thank you so much once again, Frost. You're sexy man. Thank you.
We went out yesterday, and was it yesterday or the day before? We went out. We got.
And also, wow, Sarah Fluus, thank you as well, and Strike Hedonia for the gifted subs. Much appreciated. I'm not going to be reading out notifications a whole lot. I apologize. I know that you guys are coming from Frost Stream where he's really good at that and like remembering and knowing to do that every single time. I am not that streamer. But it's chill stream times. I'm going to be hanging out with Will and talking with Will most of the time, so I apologize if I'm not reading out the notice. But yeah, thank you. Back to Will. Okay, I returneth.
All you missed was Pun Spectre throwing in terrible puns, and I was was thanking all of these lovely Mother Hubbards.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, once you are done, let me know when that world is uppily-doo, and I can hop on in.
I've gotten in the habit stream-wise of nattering with these lovely Mother Hubbards for an age before getting into game, because I get really distracted.
Yeah. I was just raided by a good old Frost Prime, who is a wonderful lad, and I bring it up because I just so happened to be playing Slay the Spire before we started, which is the game that he likes to stream a lot. And it's a fun old game. I was playing it on my phone. In fact, I still have a game going on right now on my phone, and I'm trying my best not to reach over and grab it, because that game is way too addicting.
But I got lucky because the lovely individual I was staying with, Ket, was incredible at Slay the Spire. So I got to see like a lot of like the wild, like endless runs and stuff like that, like vicariously through them.
Mm-hmm.
I love it. I'm just not good at it.
Yeah. Nobody's good at Slay the Spire, except for Frost, of course.
Yeah, people keep mentioning that the Slay the Spire squad is local in Seattle, but I haven't met them yet.
Oh, really? Oh.
Yeah.
If you ever run into them, give them my regards for an extremely polished game.
Oh, heck yeah. I have no qualms. I never pretend to be a cool kid when meeting devs who have made games I love. I found out one of my industry friendos worked on the DLC for the Outer Wilds, and the noise that that could be heard coming out of me, I don't think has been uttered by man or beast before or since. Like a guttural death metal squee.
Oh, speaking of devs and knowing people and stuff, not that I would say that I am acquainted. Well, I guess maybe acquainted. I have interacted through a distant, a non-direct interaction with the developers of Solasta. And last week we were talking about like co-op things like Divinity. And if you ever get a crew together and want a similar type of RPG co-op experience, Solasta, it's straight up 5e. It's the 5e system. It's not Dungeons and Dragons. It doesn't have the D&D like material in it because that is trademarked, of course. But the 5e system, like D&D 5e that you and I know and love and play, is like an open. It's like a system that is what's it called? Public domain. So if you're ever looking for something that plays like 5e but video game form, Solasta.
Hells yeah. I mean, you and I have talked about this like a gajillion times, but like Divinity, especially Divinity 2 Original Sin, gave me that hunger for more experiences like it. And here's the weird thing, as someone who drinks far too much,
SRD, that's the word. I forget what it stands for, but yeah, it's the base system. I think Will is thanking some people right now.
Sudden Stop was throwing in some banging Viking-based humor.
Gotcha.
And I was getting our server set up. And I was, as someone who drinks far too much, it has been commented that our house is the place where booze goes to die. But when it comes to video games, I save them. You know, like the old dusty bottle in the cellar. So Celesta?
Yep.
Celesta, thank you. That's what I'm saving because I want to get the right group of people together.
Yeah.
Like, I'm so glad that when we did Divinity 2, we did it with our little group.
Mm-hmm.
And it's something I wouldn't want to do half cop. It's why I haven't done Baldur's Gate 3 yet.
Yeah. Also because it's not finished. But yeah, I think it would be great, especially since recently they just released a DLC that added the Dragonborn race, bards, warlocks, and I think a couple of other classes as well. So yeah, I was very excited when I heard bard, because when it started out, I think it had fighter, cleric, wizard, rogue, and I think those were it that they were able to implement. But over time, they've been adding more, like I think Paladin, because they could just combine fighter with cleric systems somewhat. I think Paladin was actually in there as well. But yeah, somebody...
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, go on.
Oh, just that the server will be up in just a second. It's just loading.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, it's one of those that I definitely... It's every one of those games I'm going to be saving for the right group of people, you know what I mean?
Yeah, that's been me with Torchlight too.
And Marshall Raya. What up? Alright.
That's been me with a lot of games.
Amos has strong opinions about 5e systems, which he wishes to share with us all. Oh, get a controller, so don't waste my hands!
Yeah, Solasta's on sale right now. So
nice.
If you want something to scratch that Divinity / Baldur's Gate 3 itch, yeah, grab that. And
Yeah,
I'm gonna... sorry.
Go for it, dude.
Props. I no disrespect to the people over at Larian, but I think they could take some pointers on UI design for 5e from Solasta. It actually functions so well in terms of like UX for playing a 5e system, because I think they could just steal some of it wholesale and I would be happy. Especially reactions, because in Baldur's Gate so far, like in D&D, whenever a thing happens and you want to use your reaction, you say it when it happens, right? But
Yeah.
in Baldur's Gate, you have to set up the reaction preemptively on your turn, because they don't have a system in place to, you know, be like, would you like to use Hellish Rebuke now? Which Solasta does. And I think that they could take some inspiration from that if they want to make a truly faithful 5e functioning system. That's not to say that it doesn't function. It does function. What I mean is like make it function more like actual 5e, which I think would be a benefit, as a lot of these spells and abilities and features are designed with that kind of ability to do so in mind, to interrupt things and be like, I want to do this. But that's just
sorry.
me.
I was just doing a tippity tappity and trying to find out why Amos has such strong opinions on 5e. But like, I'm not saying video games will ever be able to replace just the pure freedom you get from tabletop stuff.
No, of course not.
I love that gorgeous biting point of like the GM-less tabletop system. You know, of like, you know, Divinity Original Sin 2, Solasta. I've not played Digi Gloomhaven yet, so I don't know.
Yeah, I hope it's clear. Like, if it wasn't clear before, I want to make it clear now that by no means am I saying 5e is the best roleplay system or the best system for video games. I'm just saying if they did want to make it a better system or a better gameplay experience using the 5e SRD, I was just giving my thoughts on how it could be improved.
God, I still think about the fact that all of BioWare's old stuff used to be based on. Oh, which system was it? It's one of. Wow, I need more coffee. Okay, someone in one of our chats will know. But yeah, the OG BioWare stuff was all based on. Was all based on a dice system from a tabletop system, and my brain has decided that that information is no longer available. Cool. Get a file not found on that one. Oh, okay. It was 3.5 D&D was what BioWare based their old systems on.
Yes.
And I only bring that up to see, look how far we've come!
Yeah. In fact, it's funny how both of BioWare's big franchises are not knockoffs, but like born from having the rights to other IPs. And you can definitely see it. Like Dragon Age is D&D, but it's not D&D.
It's not.
And Mass Effect is Star Wars, but it's not Star Wars. You know, it's basically they had the rights to make a thing, and then they're like, we're gonna make our own thing with blackjack and courtesans.
Yeah, I would say that they probably got burnt out dealing with old LucasArts, and were like, you know what? Fuck it, we're just gonna make our own.
We're gonna make our own Star Wars with hot blue alien babes and suits, and really the sexiest ones is probably the sexiest robots in any sci-fi media, the Geth.
The Geth do be clapping.
You know I'm right.
I'm going into my mind. I'm trying to find a counter, and again, file not found, friends. File not found.
Dragon Age would barely need that many changes to be playable in D&D. Oh yeah.
But there's this. So friends, when you're doing a video game based on an IP, depending on the deal, you sometimes have to do things like paying royalties to whoever holds the IP.
Mm-hmm.
It varies from deal to deal. Like there's no standard baseline, but for conversation's sake, we can say like with Knights of the Old Republic, BioWare paid Star Wars X amount to put Star Wars on it, but not too much because it wasn't based on any of the films or in production stuff. After they paid that, they got to do the thing, but then after they made X amount of money, they then have to pay LucasArts, I don't know, 15, 20, maybe all the way up to like 50% of revenue coming in, or profits. Okay, the difference between profits and revenue is massive, but you know what I mean. So that means you can make a banging game like Knights of the Old Republic and just not make a lot of cash off of it. But if you make something like Mass Effect, like you own the game, you own the IP, all the money comes to you, and if a publisher's paying for the cash, it's even better.
Mm-hmm. Also, I think is it the same password as last time? Because it seems as though it is not working.
Oh, I DM'd you the password, good sir.
Did you? Let me see. Oh, okay. All right.
Mixing it up.
Mixing it up.
And Thor, who is a wonderful game dev friendo, has just sent me a trailer to Project LLL. Project LLL. I am going to find out if that's the one I got into a fight with on Twitter about nerfters.
I just want
NCSoft, so it's probably not nerfters.
I have been messaged by a few NFTA developers who want to make NFTA games, and every single one of them, I'm like, all right, I'll play ball. You say you've seen my content. Which one? What videos did you like? And every single one of them has not messaged me back.
Okay, so after our stream last week, and I assume it's because, like, one, I was hanging out with yourself, and we had, we were in the big people numbers.
Mm-hmm.
I also got a message from somebody who was like, hey, I'm part of a stream team, we're representing this video game, and we'd love to get involved. So I didn't recognize the name, which whenever I hear about a video game I don't know, which is pretty rare, I do a bit of research into it, and it was like super duper NFTs up the ass. Like, VIP access NFTs cost $1,000. It was a mess. And I was just at that right level of a little bit drunk and a little bit fighty. Like, I think other people on the internet heard the intake of breath before the DM started flying. I can only assume there's nothing but smoking boots left of that poor person who DM'd me. Because because they did that thing where they say, "Oh, I love your content. I love watching your stuff," and I'm like, if you watched any of my things, you would know that I'm so violently and vehemently against NFTs.
That's why I try and call them on their bluff. I'm like, which video is your favorite? And they're like, I just like the vibes. Like, yeah, sure.
But yeah, no, this looks fucking cool. Like Thor, I'm gonna have to dig into it proper. But basically, this looks like a slightly more grounded, if you can believe, PlanetSide 2 like project with like giant robots, stealth, but more of a focus on like, near future tech. And it's called Project LLL.
So now that we're in, what is our task for the day?
Right. We would. Okay, let's remember. We wanted a tanning station.
Which we need more scrap for, right? Leather scraps. Yep. We have 23. Is that enough?
Possibly. And after that, we're putting together the kit for the next big scrap, which I think is the boar.
Yeah, we also need to find the boar, like, what's it called? The boar, like, station, shrine or whatever, too.
Oh, yes, we haven't found the place to take the stuff to.
Yeah.
Also, Joe, I don't know if I've gotten the chance to introduce you to Thor, who's Pirate Software over here, but he's working on an exceptional game called Heartbound.
Yes, I have. Yeah, we're mutual. We rate each other sometimes. Okay, and I watch his development. Except I mostly listen to his development. I don't want to watch because spoilers. But yes, me and it's his name actually Thor. That's really cool.
Hey. Yeah, Thor's also like, wait, Will, we know each other. I'm just making sure.
Yeah, no, I appreciate
Assumption is the mother of all fuck-ups.
But he's super cool, and yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing how that game comes along and develops, and I'm very excited. Definitely going to be playing it in my spare time, as I'm playing games without streaming them. Can you believe it?
It's weird. It's like I can hear the words you're saying, but it doesn't make sense. What is this? What is this?
So, how does one make a tanning rack? So with the hammer, is it? Yes, okay.
Oh, yes.
5 deer hide, 20 leather scraps. We have leather scraps. I think I might have not accidentally. I ignorantly might have used the deer hide for armor, but that's okay. Deer hide is easy to come by. I will go hunt some right now.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go repair up my stuff and go get my my smash manwich on. And to all of your lovely lot who are throwing follows over here, feckin' thank you. Yeah, so I guess technically week 3 of the Bezos Heist, it is going well. Last week we definitely kicked a whole bunch of ass. So I know this is an ongoing project, but
at first I thought you said,
again, dude.
I thought at first you were gonna say we kicked the hornet's nest, and now Bezos's cronies are coming after you.
Ah, that's what the heater shield's for. Though it did make me laugh that Amazon lost a stupid amount of money in stocks last week. At the moment that you joined the fray in the Great Bezos Heist. Coincidence, friends?
No, I don't think so. No. We totally stole it.
I'm going to keep my death markers, because that way we can see how bad I've been failing in different regions throughout.
Don't invest in Amazon. Invest in Vikings.
Yeah.
Vikings will never go out of style.
And hello, friends.
Like, just when you think Norse is out, boom, Elden Ring.
Both nailed it. Well, it's been interesting because, like, there's been so many attempts at the good Viking game, but there haven't been that many bangers, you know.
No, for as often as Norse is used as a theme, yeah, we don't see a lot of great standout ones. It's like, I mean, I don't know much about Assassin's Creed Valhalla. I'm sure it's like fine enough, but like that's the most recent one that comes to mind. We've got that. We've got Valheim. We've got Elden Ring. We've got, I guess, Skyrim. Yeah, Skyrim.
Yeah, I guess so. But
what
like, I mean,
else?
Skyrim's a gajillion years old now.
Yeah, it's more recently with God of War 2018 and now Ragnarok.
Because I was gonna. This is one of the things where even when you are eyeballs deep in video game research and keeping up with stuff, like I'd written Valheim off when it started doing the rounds, because I was like, oh great, yet another Viking-themed craft and survive game. Psh, whatever. There's no way this one's gonna be a banger.
Mm-hmm.
This is the face of a man who is wrong in real time, and will admit it.
But yeah, I'm
Lost
sure.
Vikings,
Yeah.
Banner Saga.
Lost Vikings. That's a game that nobody remembers, including me.
Yeah.
That was before my time.
I have it as my follow alert GIF, just as a little nod. Ragnar says Too Human was a great Viking game. I didn't realize we were turning this into a house of lies.
Too Human.
The game's so... Okay, so Too Human is a tale of hubris.
Uh-huh.
So 1,000 years ago, I tell you the tale of a broken and destroyed studio called Silicon Knights.
I've heard of that name.
Yeah, famous for Eternal Darkness and the surprisingly brilliant remake of Metal Gear Solid, Twin Snakes.
Hmm.
And this was the little studio that could, until they couldn't. Having had great success with Eternal Darkness and Twin Snakes and some work for hire stuff, it's getting to be nighttime already, isn't it? Okay. They embarked upon what was going to be their magnum opus, their creative... Oh yeah, Blood Omen, a bunch of others. Well, okay, so Wolfcrad, I don't think Too Human could be added to the Daikatana, but let me finish my story. So, they embark upon Too Human, a AAA trilogy for the 360 era that was going to be the magnum opus of their studio's creative lead. We know this because he told us. And it was a techno-Viking hack-and-slash game in the future where technology has progressed so much that it's perceived in the same way as magic, with a very Norse runic feel. Beasts made of nanomachines and heinous contraptions roam the land, and it is up to the great warriors with their superpowers to fight these creatures and find out what happens. Sadly, it is one of the few bad games. It has so many heinous decisions. It is at times unplayable, and not because it's broken, but because the gentleman running the project made a bunch of changes that everyone disliked. So things like, long, drawn-out, unskippable cutscenes when you die. The fact that it's a twin-stick hack-and-slash, but you can't control the camera.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, twin stick, so you use the right stick to, move your arm around?
You use the one stick to move your character and the other to denote which angle you hack and slash in.
Right.
I mean, feckin' hell. We could get into the details. It was nigh on unplayable. And a larger portion of what made it unplayable was things like technical decisions rather than technical limitations.
Right. Design decisions that were just not great.
Yeah. And because we were talking about Daikatana earlier, but I will say that Daikatana's creative decisions were with the player in mind in a way that we didn't know, whereas this was just a heinous mess. Yes, it did have a unskippable 30-second death animation, which you got an achievement for seeing 100 times.
Okay, they had to know.
All I can assume from what I've heard is that the guy in charge was just, there was no one to tell him no. And this resulted in this monstrous mess.
Yes, we are talking about Too Human.
Yeah. And this tanked so badly that it signaled the end of Silicon Knights. They tried to pick up work for hire, which went so poorly that they actually attempted to sue Epic. They did a game called X-Men Evolution. Now, this is just a theory. I have no proof of this one. This is just, my personal conspiracy theory, but I would guess that the money they took to make X-Men Evolution, which was a work-for-hire project, that they funneled a lot of that cash into attempting to make Eternal Darkness 2 after that whole debacle. It failed. They got in trouble with the people who paid them to make the X-Men game, and then they tried to recoup their losses by suing Unreal, saying that they didn't get the support. Unreal then backhanded them with many lawyers. The tale of Silicon Knights came to an end.
Wow.
Like, it was so bad.
Also, the tanning rack is complete.
Woohoo! Finally, my days as a pasty white Viking are behind me. Get some colour in my cheeks. Was it Dennis Dyack? Was the director of Silicon Knights at the time? Yeah. I mean, heck, if we start talking video game stories of overconfident male leads, then we'll be here all night.
Where shall I put this axe? I shall put it in one of these. We need like a trash can chest or something.
Yeah.
I'll put it with the trophies.
Okay, so the tanning rack's like the chopping block that it adds to the workbench.
Yeah.
Oh, we can make fancy helmets now.
Mm-hmm.
Get all stylish.
I'm gonna go get some wood since we seem to be lacking in that.
Yeah, I can pull me weight on some logging.
Too hard.
But yeah, so to both of our combined chats, the thing we were chatting about before you lovely lot came in was, as we're saying, like, remake bad games. Or that is to say, remake games that had potential and failed either due to, you know, when they came out or, like, technical limitations.
Yeah.
As I was saying, I want to remake Daikatana.
Imagine if we remade Black and White.
Oh, God, yes. I'm not saying Black and White was bad, but being able to go back and remake that with what we know now about video games, fucking sign me up. I'm on that project.
Because that was definitely a game ahead of the technology that could handle such an idea. Oh, God.
A gesture.
Ooh.
What's up?
Okay, we're fine. I chopped down a tree. It may have skimmed our house a little bit, but all is well.
Okay. I mean, you did the majority of the building last week, so, you know, if you knock it down, I ain't going to be mad. If I knock it down, I'm going to be very, very apologetic. Oh! Okay, so, Joe, do you mind if I plug a friend's game project?
Go ahead.
Okay, so Star, who is hanging out on this side, who is a wonderful individual and an incredibly talented creator, is part of a team making a game based in Discord.
Oh. Like using Discord as the medium of which the game is played?
Yep. It's called the Bureau of Multiversal Arbitration. And you just play it on Discord. I've only got onto the onboarding section, so I've not had a chance to get into it. But... Oh, don't bite me while I'm plugging my friend's video games, you piece of bad word! And I'll pass you the link if you want to share it on your side.
Absolutely.
But it's given me real kind of like surrealist vibes, kind of like Severance or Legion, or I guess for those of you who have seen Loki, it's given me that kind of feeling. You know, like the mundane of the surreal. But again, I've not got far into it, so. And it's not like Smilebot, which you have to add to a server. Like, it's an existing server that you join to play the game in that space.
Interesting.
Because we did Smilebot, and it upset some people, and some people had a great time, so mixed results.
Yeah, I'm interested how a game through Discord works. Can you tell me a little bit about that? Like, how does that work?
Well, I'll wait for Star to give us some more deets on that one. So with Smilebot, you add the bot to your server, And what happens is that at first it seems like one of those like user rewards everything bots, like, oh, you've unlocked X amount of smiles today, and
Okay, yeah, I know a few of those then.
yeah, but then starts DMing you and starts asking you questions. And you're like, okay, this is a bit weird for a Discord bot, but all right, I got nothing else going on, and it unfurls into this glorious like group ARG of all sorts. It usually takes a server about like 4 days to a week to play through it. And it can be replayed, so once you've done it, you can kind of speedrun it if you want. But it was a lot of fun. Though I will say, I tried to sneak it in as kind of like an ARG thing. Few people were not expecting it, and oh no! Day 12 nearly started with me getting crushed by a log. So yeah, I have no hecking clue how Star's team put together the Multiversal Bureau, but I'm really looking forward to playing it.
Interesting.
Star says it's a combination of Discord bots, live actors, and player-generated imagery. Nice.
So like you message some things and you have some essentially moderators like react and have the bot do stuff, I'm guessing?
Yeah. Oh, who'd want to talk about a video game where things happen with live actors?
If you could be one kind of cat, what kind of cat would you be? I would like to be a black cat with white tips, like white socks and a white tipped tail and white tipped ears.
I'd love to be one of those, not quite full-on Lynx, but like this big, fluffy, shaggy.
Oh yeah,
that's me.
This big old fur ball. It's like no matter how much you brush them, there's always hair on them.
Yeah. Now, what cat would I end up being? A great big doofus of a ginger cat. Like, let's be honest.
Oh, but those are great.
Yeah. Gotta know myself. Oh yeah, I'm hoarding up some wood for you whilst we're nattering.
I like the contrast between our chats where yours is like introspective, talking about old games and design and like, here's a project I've been working on that's really cool and innovative, and mine's like, what kind of cat would you be?
It's all good.
No, yeah, it's good. I like it.
I mean, it helps because if left to my own devices, I will get weirder and weirder and deeper into the paint. Until there's more paint than man.
It's like, well, I mean, like you attract the type of chat that based on the personality you are, right? And like, I know a bit about games. I won't say that I know about games. Like, I know a bit about games. I don't know games. I have not worked in the industry like you. In fact, I've said some pretty stupid, dumb stuff about games out of ignorance. So of course, my chat as well is also very like surface level. I'm sure there are a few developers in there, but I myself am no game person, and I only know it from the outside.
You're the person I go to for tabletop banter and nonsense.
Oh, thanks. That is also. I also only know surface level of that. Like much as I. This sounds a little bit arrogant and kind of self-strokey to say, but much as I am kind of a larger name in the tabletop space, I am still fairly casual when it comes to tabletop. I only really play D&D, and like I don't really play that many systems, and when I play, I don't even play all that often, right? I'm no Davy Chappy. Like Davy, I would say, is a person worthy of being called a tabletop person because he like plays so many systems. He plays new D&D books as they come out. But, and speaking of, let me, while it's still on my mind before I forget, someone was asking me what's a good starter book for a baby DM. I don't know. I think lots of people say Dragon Heist, Curse of Strahd, and Storm King's Thunder are like pretty good to start with and straightforward. But that's just hearsay from what I hear from others. I don't have personal experience, for I have never run a module.
Whereas, like, I think the only campaign I've ever run was a Vampire the Masquerade before they did the fancy World of Darkness interconnected books. That's the only one I've
Right.
run.
World of Darkness is one that I hear has its fans.
Yeah, and it's gotten better. Because I used to be a piece of shit. Because
Haven't we all?
it's easy to forget that before Ack Inc. and Crit Roll and a bunch of those, like, even in nerd circles, D&D was kind of looked down on. And a lot of people who'd get into, especially World of Darkness, would be like, oh, I play tabletop, but not like Dungeons and Dragons. No, this is cool with leather trench coats and, like, edgy Yeah, I know. Like I said, I was a piece of shit.
We all been there.
Yeah. I'm watching a lot of Buffy, a lot of Angel. Okay, and Lizzie would like me to point out that while you do put a lot of good compliments on the Longship banter, that on Friday nights we just turn into a descended drunken mess. It is Sea of Thieves loudly.
Someone just referred to your edgy phase as the tabletop version of "I'm not like the other girls."
No, that's 100% on point. And I know we talked about this last week, but like, you know, it used to be really hard to get a group together, so you'd have to go to tabletop clubs, and there'd be this divide of like the old D&D players and these new feckin' new metal edgelord dweebuses, that got in with like.
I'm raising my hand. That was me. Not in the tabletop stores, but just how I played.
Yeah. But you know what? It was a good learning experience. And
Yeah.
I'm glad that I did.
I think it's a
beat
phase
me
we
out of
all go
making-
through.
Yeah, like min-max characters.
Yeah.
I was really guilty about building like combat-focused min-max characters when I was a wee Barbie. And then I got the flu and missed the start of a campaign for Hunter the Reckoning. So when I finally got back to the club, they were like, "Hey, look, we're already set up. Do you want to just take over an NPC and we'll go from there?" I was like, "All right, you know, I want to play. I don't want to go home." And I got Cop 90 because the whole thing with Hunter was you had your previous profession and then a name because you were meant to be playing your online handles. Shit, like you'll want to talk about the disastrously wonderful Hunter boards. I'll talk about those until I'm blue in the face. But yeah, TLDR, Cop 90 was an alcoholic ex-police officer who, when the time came to answer the call, he freaked out. He didn't do the thing. So he's cursed, like a lot of the hunters, to know that monsters exist, but with none of the superpowers to fight them. The only thing he was good at was punching a little bit. And he was one of the most fun characters that I played. And thanks to that weirdly terrible character, I came to understand that it's more fun to be shite than it is to be great in combat. Sorry for dominating the conversation, but I just realized I've not really spoken about this.
It means I don't need to talk.
All right, well, because this is valid to everybody. So, for those of you who weren't aware, White Wolf saw massive success with, I want to say it was the second or third edition of Vampire the Masquerade, the famous green cover with the red rose on. It was feckin' huge, and so they started pumping out lots of different books based on other stuff. You know, werewolf, mage, spooky ghost. Shit, the list is extensive.
But what
and
about
kind of
werewolf?
fascinating.
What about werewolf maids? Does it have
Valid.
werewolf maids?
I want to say yes, but I'm trying to remember my
Nice.
werewolf clans now.
Good,
Because there were like the maternal werewolf clan.
as there should be.
But okay, so Vanderbeest is saying that was Vampire Second Edition. Thank you. When they came out with Hunter, Hunter existed before Supernatural, so like they were breaking some fancy fresh ground. You know, the modern monster hunters and the things that they would do and whatnot. One of the quirks of it for their marketing was this online message board that was referenced in game. The idea of like once you become aware that monsters exist, it's like, what do? Oh, well, you find this message board on, you know, they don't even call it the dark web. It's too early for that as a term. and they created something very similar online, but it was a glorious disaster. It was basically an email forwarding list where anyone could be added onto any email thread, and the moment you join, you'd end up with like 200 to 300 emails instantly. Every response being a new email, and oh boy! In a time where you measured your email inbox in meg, it was it was a fucking disaster. But it was so in universe that even though it was an almost entirely unmoderated like email group mailing list thing, everybody went in character. And that's the thing that stuck with me. Like, a group of tabletop nerds were given an unmoderated system of chaos, and they chose to play with it rather than be jerks to each other.
Yeah.
I love it. Oh, feck off, Goblin. I'm talking about World of Darkness. Feck off. See if I can sneak up on this deer. I haven't had a lot of luck being the sneaky one of the group. Oh, and I will say, friends, that if you get the right group together, Mage the Awakening is still one of the best systems. Like, you got to have a lot of like improv styley people to play around the table, but once again, sorry, I've just grabbed the conversation and run away with it like a hyperactive child.
If I have something to say, I will say it.
Bless you again.
Thank you. Yeah, the reason I'm not saying anything is not because I feel overtaken by your conversation. It's because I legitimately have nothing to add, and I am just. I think it's also just kind of a tired day for me. You have one of those where I'm like just kind of low energy and just vibing.
Yeah, I mean, I have Sundays and Mondays off, so unfortunately you get me at Tuesday when I'm at my most rested. So
yeah.
Mage,
it's my own fault, really.
Ascension,
I stayed up late last night, and when I shouldn't have. It's not like I was doing anything productive either. I just stayed up late.
I'm judging an indie games contest at the moment, and the indie game that I'm hooked on came out today. So a cult game dev over here, I want to put a pin in the Vampire the Masquerade LARP, because while it's a huge part of like tabletop and nerdery history, I only ever played a little bit of it in the UK, which is how I got into LARPing. But I never experienced the huge, gigantic systems of the US and like the prominence of the Mind's Eye system and shit like that. Like, I've read about it, but I don't know. I just wanted to mention Mage the Ascension, because it has a magic system where you have spheres of knowledge, and you can just improv whatever dependent on your skill levels. But the balance is that the DM's yes and is based on how much chaos it causes, or how much it fucks with the fabric of reality. So the idea is, like, if you combine like fire and time, you can do some really hinky shit. But one, if any normal people see you, that's a paradox. Two, if you break reality too hard, that's a paradox. And I love that idea of being able to mix and match the good shit.
Mm-hmm.
But you can't play it with people who are trying to be the strongest or the bestestest.
Mm-hmm.
Because the system's too freeform if your goal is to be powerful.
Yeah, I think few tabletop systems really are really built around trying to quote unquote win, really.
Mm.
And because there are plenty of board games for that, you know. If you want more structure and video gamey and trying to get points to win, there are plenty of board games that already provide that experience, I feel. Tabletop is for more free-form things that cannot be decided by systems. That's why they require a game master.
Mm-hmm. Don't get me wrong, like, I always love the idea of running things like the Tomb of Annihilation, or like what's the old school one with the skull for an entrance?
Not sure.
God,
But yeah, it's a valid way to play. It's just, you gotta know what you're getting into with each system, because it might not be built for that. And you might have a better time just playing a system that is built for that.
I just wanted to add that I've been stocking us with more wood for the chests near the fire.
Good.
And I managed to get a couple of deer hides, so we're doing bloody good.
You're doing all right.
Doing all right. But yeah, I got real lucky because I got to play a LARP system in the UK that, while not the best mechanically, is huge. And I understand how lucky I am that I got to do that. There's two LARP systems in the UK. There's the Lorien Trust and there's Empire. Those are the two big ones.
How goes?
It goes well.
And so yeah, I got to do the Lorien Trust stuff. So I got to do like proper pitched battles and shit. It was cool. And they don't use the buffer system in the UK. They use carbon fiber core that looks like a sword with some foam around it. Yeah, so you can get proper fighty. It's not as brutal as the Eastern European systems, which some of them use feckin' real metal and stuff.
What the heck?
Yeah, they go hard. And hey, if that's what you're into, I'm not dissing, but that's a little bit much.
Yeah, I was gonna say they've got to have like safety measures for that, right?
You're supposed to, air quotes, pull your blows.
Yeah, I would rather not have to do, like, not even have the risk, but
yeah. But yeah, I still remember calling my mate after I got back from my first LARP event, being like, dude, it's like I can play Ultima Online in real life.
Yeah. I want to try Dystopia Rising sometime, because apparently that's the easiest one to get started with, because you don't need any special outfits or anything. You can just wear your normal clothes, because it's supposed to be post-apocalyptic, modern, real life, rather than fantasy. So you can bring Nerf guns and like just your normal clothes, ripped up jeans.
So I've done Dystopia Rising. It is very, very good. Yeah, I haven't had the chance to go back, but so the things to know about Dystopia Rising. It's a 24-hour system. You can get attacked in your sleep.
Yes.
It is horror survival. It is how to describe it. You will play different strains of varying survivors after the fall. The world as it stands is governed by the Grave Mind, a gigantic entity beyond comprehension. In terms of outfits and stuff, what's really cool is that now this varies from game to game, but a lot of them will have people on site with kits to genreify your outfit. So they'll scuff it up, make it look like beaten and busted, or have kit that you can borrow.
Oh, interesting.
And Tobias, who hopefully my lot know, and if I haven't had the chance to introduce you to, I will. He runs, I believe, the North California game. But he was my my new player, like, help with character creation and stuff. And Dystopia Rising does the best job of bringing in new players. I don't want to say too much because it's genuinely a good experience. But I got to have my glorious fight moment it was me and my friend Alistair, and it was supposed to be the new players' picnic. So the Rovers, who are kind of like the traders denoted by their scarves, have like a new players' picnic where people new to the area. So it's all the green beans who go in and meet everybody and kind of in character and say hi. What we didn't know is that there was a snafu behind the scenes, and we got rolled by the monsters who were supposed to be going to eat the top tier players. And so we're inside a cabin just fighting for our fucking lives. We have no chance. And so I had this great moment where me and Alistair just looked at each other and were like, get the others out. And we're just dueling and fighting back and forth as they're bundling people out. And for our last moment, we leapt up on top of a sofa. We're battling him back, and it's just like, it's been an honor fighting with you as we get set upon by varying flavors of the undead. One of the cool things about it is that depending on your strain, is how many times that your character can die. So how many times do you go to the grave mind before the grave mind claims you? So the system's a lot more, I don't want to say squishy, but it's kind of soft, you know? It's not, if you don't know what you're doing and you built your character wrong, feck you, I guess. It's actually, yeah. Also, when you get to play Monster, a lot of the different creatures of the world aren't designed to be a mechanical threat, but like a narrative, like an RP threat. I got to be a Geist, which is a special kind of monster who can slip under doors. And while they're not particularly lethal, they can pin people to their beds with like a sharpened limb. And the only thing people can do when pinned is scream for help.
Oh.
Yeah. It's feckin' good. So yeah, you should do Dystopia Rising. You'd have a great time.
Yeah. Yeah, it seems like a good starter LARP.
Yeah. Well, I haven't experienced many of the other US LARP systems. Like, I know about Vamp, but I never got into Vampire the Masquerade LARP beyond a couple of sessions in London. Though it did lead to one of my favorite experiences. So the very first LARP I went to was a Vampire LARP. You make your character in this pretty typical London pub. And then once your character is made, you head downstairs into the play area. But the way they did it for this particular system was that all the established players go down, and then one by one, the new players are sent down to be introduced to the court. For those of you who don't know, like Vampire's whole shtick is, you know, each city is run by a prince who has a sheriff, and a lot of the LARP systems tend to be like the meeting of the vampires once a month, and they're different little domains coming together. And what they do for each new player is one by one, they have them walk down, and you go from the most bland, typical London pub to this like straight out of Underworld, almost S&M leather club, like underground basement setup. There's a dude on a fucking throne, there's faux torches, everything is either red or black. And what happens is as each new vampire comes down into the court, everyone stops what they're doing and just stares at them as they come down. And oh boy, that is the most intimidating shit to go through.
One, not quite LARP, but something that you reminded me of that I would love to do one day is called Void. And it is an interactive experience where they essentially put a VR headset on you, and you go through these basically blank rooms, but they've designed it so that the VR headset you wear renders the room with all the textures and environment and stuff that you need. And so that you don't have to like use the VR movement, you know, of like using your remote to have you teleport around, or like have to turn the camera or like move your character, because you are physically moving through the space, even though the space itself is like a gray room with gray props and stuff. But because you've got a VR headset, they can render those into the environment they need. And they have things like, oh, if it's you go to an outdoor quote unquote environment, they'll have a fan blow wind at you, or like let's say you're next to a pit of lava, they'll have like an AC unit that is blowing hot heat at you to immerse you into the experience. It's called Void. It's basically like a VR escape room.
Yo, I'm writing that down. That sounds fucking great.
And I was reminded of that is because I was reminded of LARP and Renaissance fairs, and reminded of the unfortunate circumstance of one theme park, a medieval fantasy themed kind of park called Evermore, that unfortunately was not very good. It was essentially
no.
it was essentially a theme park where the attraction were the characters. They had people, method actors, who would play as quote unquote NPCs for you to pick up quests and do stuff. The problem is the quests were very unengaging and uninteresting and boring and just embarrassing. And also you would have to go up to these people and say, hey, do you have a quest for me? And if they were feeling off that day, they would just say no. And it's like, well, then what am I paying you? What am I paying to be here for if I'm just going to go up to these people and say if you have a task for me, and they say no, right? And it's basically, Jenny Nicholson has a fantastic video on it. It's about 2 hours long, so I recommend watching it in parts, just going through the problems with it. Like, I think what they needed was just to build it from the ground up, come up with interesting tasks that have tangible proof and rewards, because a lot of them would be like, solve this riddle, and the riddle is like, give me a compliment that does not contain the letter H, and then you're like, you have beautiful eyes, and they're like, all right, great, and then that's it. It's like, wow, a quest. And yeah,
Okay, I'm absolutely gonna watch the shit out of that because I love Jenny's stuff. And,
yeah, she is the premier theme park reviewer that I like to watch, because theme parks are expensive and big time commitment, so it's good to know what their recommendations before I plan an entire trip to go somewhere for it.
Right.
But
now,
yeah, it just makes
if I
me
was
sad.
loaded,
Oh, go on.
I'm sorry. No, please keep going.
I was gonna say, it makes me sad because of what could have been. Just especially because I love fantasy.
Yeah. The one that I would do if I had like Mad Bank is the Star Wars LARP hotel. Like, combine that with some Galaxy's Edge, because like I'm always down for a good LARP, but the idea of it being run by professionals, and you know what, I'm down.
Yeah.
The thing I find really strange now is I got to do my first Ren Fair. Was it last year? Okay, time travel is weird. But the fact that there's no game to a Ren Fair threw me for a loop, and I didn't expect that. Like, that there isn't some kind of like weird, like, player affected story going on behind the scenes. That it is just like, actors playing roles that you can kind of do a thing with, and that's fine. But my weird ass video game LARP addled brain was like, no, I want to be doing a thing. Why can't I be doing a? Where's my missions? Where's my stuff? Like, that's what I'm after. All right.
And it's funny that that Evermore video was also the catalyst that got me to watch Westworld for the first time, and
Yup.
yeah, it's like, wow, this is so cool. I wish this could exist. And also, wow, this is so horrible. I hope this never exists. Or if it does, we don't try to make, like... Oh, I don't know if saying anything like this might spoil it for anyone who doesn't watch it, because I think the beauty of Westworld is going into it completely unaware of what it is.
Yeah. One thing that I will say is that if you haven't seen it, to the friendos who do work in like game design stuff, you need to watch the first season of Westworld. Even if you don't particularly get on with it or don't like it, it shows some great concepts that you can absolutely do.
Also, anyone who does have an interest in watching Westworld, a content warning that it is incredibly violent. I feel like in some ways a bit like overindulgent and unnecessary. I know it's to try and make its point, but like I feel as though some of it is a bit gratuitous. But
these violent delights have violent ends.
Yeah, and of course, like I'm sure many defenders will say, well, that's the point. It's supposed to be, and I agree. You're not wrong. I just feel maybe they could have toned it back a little and still made their point just as strong. But that's just my opinion.
What was the other one? Because myself and my friend Eric were talking about this last night, of like shows that aren't necessarily great to watch but have real good concepts, or at least things to discuss. On the anime front, we were talking about Decadence, which is all right. It's fun. The animation is gorgeous, and it has a giant city with a fist for punching. It's hard not to like that. But for anyone who's worked, especially in live service video games, it will hit you like a ton of bricks. But it's not a show that you need to watch. Like it's not one of the great works. You know, once you take away some of the additional elements, it's a all right anime. You know, we have a plucky protagonist that's gonna fix things with the power of hard work and friendship.
Somebody mentioned Omega Mart. That's a good. That's a good part. That's a good theme park to go. Is it even theme park? What would you call that?
Omega Mart is by Meow Wolf, a premier art installation and interactive exhibit company.
Exhibit. I think interactive exhibit is a good way to describe it.
Yeah. But Omega Mart, they're like pièce de résistance because that does actually have a game underneath it.
It does. And what's great is it doesn't have to rely on actors being on their A game, luckily, and you don't have off days because it's for those who don't know, Omega Mart, as they say, is an interactive exhibit. It's essentially, the idea is you're going into a supermarket that brings in products from multiple universes. So you've got like glitched out milk cartons that are like that stretch for like 10 feet, and like, I don't know, like a television that is like inside out or something. And every product in the exhibit is purchasable. You can buy it and bring it home. And it's like the food products especially are like edible. They're like actual food that you can eat. That I presume is likely just like knockoff versions of the most name brands. But that's what I really like, is not only are you buying like groceries that are useful and they're food and stuff, it also doubles as merchandise, which is so cool.
Friends, if you get the chance, absolutely take it. And I mean, don't get there at the crack of open, but get there early, because if you want to get into the game, it's pretty detailed.
Let me look up some of the products it has to really sell, because I'm not doing it justice. Hold on.
And the videos, God.
Yeah, if you like surreal, not horror, but like just like one of those. It has an air of analog horror to it, but it's not horror. It's just got this underlying like unease to them because it's the multiverse, and the multiverse is scary.
It reminds a lot of people of Too Many Cooks.
Yes.
But not quite as horrific.
Yeah, not as horrific. Don't worry. Like, I'm someone, any horror haters out there, I'm with you. I cannot handle horror or anything like that. This is not that. Don't worry. They've got things like, let's see. There's a drink called Gender Fluid, and the can looks like something that you should put in your car. Let me show you guys. Like this. Hold on. Like, it's styled like a fluid thing you're supposed to pour in your car. Like, it's got that silver trim. Non-toxic. Gender fluid.
Also, friendos, over on this side, we do have a multi-link available. So if you want to see not only the Omega Mart goodies, but also Joe's side of the adventures, we got you.
Yeah, of course. My end as well. Exclamation point multi. Let's see. You've got a mug with a hole through it, you know, which is hell to clean, but it's an actual mug that you could drink out of.
I'm trying to remember a few of the bangers. There was like the surrealist, never-ending orange juice, and oh god.
There's tattoo chicken, which I presume is just canned chicken that has been tattooed.
Like, it's absolutely
pierced potatoes.
But yeah, like,
Echo would love this.
I'm a huge fan of what they're doing, and you know, the pisser has been, it's mostly due to like, you know, time and cash. I don't have time to pop down to. I think Vegas is the big Omega Mart, but there's also one in somewhere else.
Echo.
On it.
Yeah.
This looks like something you would like.
Yes.
It's apple snail or tomato snail.
It's tomato snail. Is it a planter?
I don't know what it is, but it is a snail that is also a tomato.
I love it.
I assume it's a container of some
This
kind.
is Omega Mart?
This is Omega Mart, yeah. I was telling Chad about Omega Mart.
Oh.
We are going to
When we
Vegas.
go to Vegas, we have to make this part of our thing.
Yes, we have to go to
We have
Omega
to go
Mart.
to Omega Mart.
Yes.
Oh,
remember,
I'm so
go early.
excited.
Go early, do the adventures.
Yes, we will.
I need to
So,
make a list. Who are you
can-
talking to?
I'm talking to Will Overguard. Will, he is a good friend that I knew he was the one who housed me when I went to PAX East.
Yeah.
Yeah, in
No,
Seattle.
West.
Up in
West,
Washington.
West
PAX
19.
West, 2019.
Which feels so long ago.
Mm-hmm. We were so young and naive.
Yeah, but yeah,
You guys have
I'm
fun.
more than happy.
Hi, chat. Bye, chat.
That was Echo, my partner.
Yeah, you'll have to tell us your Omega Mart adventures because it's going to be a while before I can get out there.
Yeah.
And there is an adventure to be had. Oh, well, to Occult Game Dev, we know you. You wanna do a PAX in the future when it's safe? Like, let us know.
Yeah, it's going to be a little while for me as well, since I'm planning to go sometime in July next year, because that is also when the Final Fantasy XIV Fan Fest is happening. They haven't done one in quite a few years because of the pandemic. But
Yeah.
I'm going. It's going to be my first one ever. Maybe my only one. I'm not sure. But also so I can meet up with some pals and friendos. And also go to Vegas, because it's taking place in Vegas.
Yeah. I mean, aside from like Omega Mart and stuff, like Vegas is a place you can never spend too little time in.
No, that's why I'm glad we plan to be like, stay like a week there.
We did Minecon like 1,000 years ago, and Vegas is a place very surreal to be in, just as a general state. So, yeah, it was real weird. I'm glad we did it.
Weird how?
Sorry. So, and now this is more common on like the main strip, but it feels like most of everybody working like the main strip is an actor pretending to be someone working the main strip.
like you always feel as though someone's trying to like sell you something.
Or that they're not there. Like usually you can have like a human conversation with, you know, pretty much everybody. If you go into a store, you can ask somebody how they're doing. They're not probably going to tell you everything, but they'll be like, yeah, no, it's going good, or not so great. Whereas you do that in Vegas and you get this kind of like this glassy-eyed stare of everything's fine. Don't worry about it. As if you've asked someone lines that weren't on their script.
Right.
Old Vegas is better, and there are areas outside of it, but
Old Vegas.
yeah.
Did not know there was an Old Vegas.
Well, so like the strip, like the big hotels and stuff.
Right. That's what people usually think of when they think of Vegas.
Yeah. Old Vegas is, I mean, stuff like, the big cowboy, the older like buffet casino type places. The places that kind of got superseded by, these new super mega hotel casinos.
Mm-hmm.
And they're grimier, they're a bit more down to earth, and a lot more human. And you can definitely do some absolutely glorious damage to a super buffet if you try. Chef Guy is saying it's called Fremont Street. Thank you.
I anticipate that when I do go in July, though, it's going to be boiling hot.
Oh, that was what it was. Oh, yeah, no, it's going to be miserable. We went in, I think, like October, November, and at times it was still too warm for me.
Mm-hmm. Let's see. Do you think we are in the place to make a smelter so we can use that copper for something, or is that later, do you think?
I didn't see us. Well, what does the smelter need?
I don't know. I am not able to see whether or not we are able to build a smelter just yet.
Excuse me, little bug. I am trying to work out if we're building a smelter. Because we might... So there's the hammer. Build menu. It's crafting.
It doesn't look it, but
No, it doesn't seem to be on our list of stuff we have.
no. Yeah, I was exploring out that direction as well to try and find like the next boss.
Found an outhouse, but
Did you put that marker off in the distance, that fire, to the west?
I did not. I put a little home marker where our house is at, but
Oops. How do I remove?
Hey! Sorry. It's just little greylings coming to bite my ankles every time I'm trying to work out stuff.
No, how do I... Ah, jeez. I don't know... There we go. Unless...
Now, our lovely viewerships are offering to tell us if we'd like to know.
I would like to know, personally. And I appreciate the viewers asking first.
Thank you. All right, friends, you're weapons free. How we smelt? How am minefish? But because it doesn't do a shared map, I'm just getting the shape of our island a bit.
Also, I figured out how to remove those skulls on our maps. You go to this. You go over it. You hover over it, and you hit right bumper.
Yeah. See, I considered that, which it is useful, but then I realized that each one is dated, so I can track how much I've been getting my ass kicked throughout our playthrough, and that amuses me greatly.
Oops. I hope me removing it didn't remove it for you.
No, we don't. We don't share a map.
Don't we?
So, like, I don't have your deaths. I only have my own. But, like, I also don't have the bits of the map that you've discovered. Okay, so... Right. People are saying that we need to find skeletal dungeons. And we're looking for Sultering cores or Seltering cores. Tombs in the Black Forest is where we need to be heading.
In the Black Forest, then. Shall we then? I remember the Black Forest was to the northwest of our.
Okay. I'll meet you back at home because I need to go get some snacks and stuff before we head out.
Okie dokie.
And I'm just bringing some boar meat with me because I should really get like a leather helm or something. Hey, hero to the people, Dan Jones.
It's a Dan Jones. I like me a Dan Jones.
How are you doing, mate?
Of wonderful art and streaming fame, Dan Jones.
Yeah. Dan Jones of Dan Jones and Dragons.
Of Dan Jones and Dragons as well.
I had to do like a promo stinger for Dan Jones ages back with some other friendos, and I'd already used another term to describe one of the other cool kid artists we were hanging out with, and for some reason I had to bang out this stinger super quickly, so I just said, and also starring hero to the people, Dan Jones, because that was what popped into my head, and it stuck. Maybe not for anyone else, but every time I see in because I'm Dan Jones in chat, my brain goes, hero to the people, Dan Jones.
I remember trolls. Yeah, don't worry. I remember the trolls in this game. Big and scary buggers. Interesting.
I'm not looking forward to that.
Interesting that troll armor gives you stealth, considering how massive they are and bumbling.
Right?
You wouldn't consider them stealthy. I wouldn't anyway.
My friend says that it's kind of like the Rain World philosophy is. It's not that the troll armor makes you stealthy. It's that you smell like something that everyone else wants to avoid. So they do their absolute fucking darndest to pretend like they don't see you. Look, if we don't look at the troll, he's not going to try and bloody eat us. Yeah, but there's a Viking guy. Ignore him. That person has killed a troll. Do you want to die today, Clarence? Yeah, it's the old Skyrim philosophy of stealth. It's not they can't see you, it's they just don't want to deal with a fucking dragonborn. Right, my little guy's got to pick up the pace.
Does my guy do the, like... It's not quite, but he's... Your guy's running animation kind of looks like the Castlevania... kind of Belmont strut.
It's the big feeties plus the bounce run.
Yeah. Da 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 da.
Never hear Simon Belmont is here.
To destroy evil monsters and all you hold dear.
I need that on a t-shirt. Sorry, a cult game dev was saying, give me the optimism of a level 1 wolf. Akira Zero, thank you.
You must cease all your evil necromancy. Actually, we were just dancing.
It appears that I have one at Twister.
Do we have boots? We do not have boots. Can I make boots? Let me see.
Let's see if we had boots.
I am unable to make boots.
Shoes are for nerds. Sorry, I spend an inordinate amount of time just saying it appears that I have one at Twister. And it's rare that quote goes noticed.
I won a Twister.
We binged pretty much all of the NSP and Starbomb albums when we were doing our little trip down to LA. So it's fresh in my mind. Plus, Fiona hadn't heard Starbomb before, so...
Oh, I'm sure she'd love it.
It was very, very good. I mean, the amusement was me getting to see someone's encounter. Greetings, Joseph Catterson!
Hello,
it is
Smash
I!
Manwich! Before you enter the cottage home, I require you to answer me these questions 3.
I shall test my knowledge against your riddles!
1. I grow shorter as I grow older. What am I?
You are Derek from the Off-License, who continues to shrink as he gets crinklier.
That is not the answer I was looking for, but it is an amusing one, so I shall let it pass. 2.
Your second riddle.
My second riddle. What walks on 4 legs at dawn, 2 legs at noon, and 3 legs in the evening? Actually, yes.
I know this one. This is the riddle of the Sphinx. The answer is one of the new Pokemon, I guess.
That is also a more amusing answer than the one I was looking for. I do hope that the starters stay on their goddamn 4 legs this time.
One of them gets motorbike wheels now, I guess.
Yes. Finally, what is your favorite color?
Green. No, red!
Wrong answer! Hacha!
Ata! I am slain! Actually, I think I could bring the arrow back.
Yes, Chad, it is man.
Oh.
What's your favorite color, Nick? Red. No, blue. Great. I love learning things about you. I fucked up. It's yellow. Oh, Lollipop Chainsaw. Isn't that getting a remake soon or something?
It is.
Yeah.
Actually, that does fit perfectly into the games that didn't do, that could have done better, that deserve a remake.
Mm-hmm.
God, it's so surreal just to be thinking about now James Gunn is massive. The idea that time he just made a video game with a bunch of
that
cool,
was big news
weird
to
Japanese
me.
developers.
That was news to me because I had never known that much about Lollipop Chainsaw, and I had no idea who James Gunn was before Guardians. So now knowing that oh, he made that? What? That's pretty cool.
Yeah, I being an ex edgy edgelord, I used to be a big fan of the Troma cinema stuff. So I was aware of James Gunn for a long time for what was his first one? I think Tromeo and Juliet. It's not a good film. Don't have to watch it.
Of course.
And the Troma stuff definitely comes from a you know what? That's a whole sphere of cinema we don't need to talk about.
Are you loaded on snacks? Because if not, I have here 5 of each of those meatsies that you may pick up.
Oh, thanks.
Well cooked and will keep you hearty and healthy.
got a ton of leather scraps. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
A ton of leather scraps. I'm just seeing if I've got enough to make. So we need hide. We need plain hide for the helmet, and yeah, just deer hide is our. All right, I'm just going to buff up my armor a little bit. It's better than nothing. Oh, and I can get some. I've got a bunch of flint, so I can beef up my flint axe as well.
Looks like night is coming. Yeah, we'll probably rest before we head out.
Yeah, a good snooze before we take to the fields. All right. Okie dokie. But I mean, it's not much, but I've beefed up my stuff a little bit. So hopefully that stops me from getting my arse handed to me by a bunch of skeletons. Hopefully.
Never go alone in the dark? Well, now that you say that, I'm just gonna go on then.
Fucking we! What about the entire video game series, Alone in the Dark, huh? Person, did you think about that?
It's okay, it got bad.
Regret! Right.
Yeah, you can join me whenever you are ready.
Are we snoozing for night, or are we just going for it?
Maybe we shouldn't. That was just me being spiteful at a backseating command.
You know what? Let's fucking go. If people
Alright,
want
let's
to
go.
if people want to be dingleberries, then they can eat farts with a spoon. I have spent months being stubborn when it comes to video games. Like, oh, Will, you can't do this unless you upgrade your health. Fucking watch me. I will struggle, and I will make it everyone else's problem.
Yes. Ah, it's okay. This is content. You guys don't want to see us succeed. You want to see us struggle.
Hey, look, I made you some content.
Daddy made you some content, open wide. I brought you some content. It's a wonderful day to stay inside.
Oh, you absolute legend. Well, it's one of the things that we're still kind of working on in video games, you know. Sorry, the idea of like what is optimal and what is correct.
Right.
I love video games, but sometimes they do suffer from that problem of like, no, this is the correct way to do X, and I'm just like,
well, that's the thing, right? Is like the great thing about video game is that it doesn't force you to do X, because if it wanted to, it wouldn't allow you to fail it, right?
Mm.
If it wanted you to do X, it wouldn't allow you the ability to not do X.
Where were you boars earlier? God, I'm just tripping over free meat and graylings.
Nice. So I always just never get people getting upset, or like a little too riled up, I should say, at how people play certain games. It's like, oh, they're not doing the thing that I think they should do. It's like, okay, well, if that's the game's fault then, not their fault. The game let them do this, and if that's a problem,
I'm gonna come team up with you because there's a lot of eyes coming out. There's one of the big the Grey Dwarf brutes has just found me, so I may have incoming when I join you.
All right.
But yeah, I'm someone who played a Retribution Paladin for a larger portion of World of Warcraft because everyone told me not to do that. Well, Will, you can't play Rep Pallies. Fucking watch me.
Yeah, it's like
I'll make it my whole ass personality.
If the game, like, you're either saying the game shouldn't let you do that, or but the game does let you, so and if that's a problem, then that's a problem with the game, which it isn't. The game is letting you do that because it's a video game and it lets you choose. Hello, brute. Yeah, no. Basically, let people play games how they want.
Up, nerds.
Hello, you. I'll
Yeah!
be joining you. I'm just fighting this 1 star over here, keeping him off your back. Just. Oh, did you take care?
Thank
You take care of the brute.
I don't know if I did, but. Alright, but you need them battle snacks.
I do. Give me a
I
sec
think
while
the
my
brute
current
fecked
ones.
off.
Yeah, he just lost interest. Interesting.
But yeah, it was also very funny because with how Blizzard used to do their balancing and wild swings, that for about 2-3 weeks after they made some changes to paladins, they became vomitously overpowered. And you better believe I wore that like a smug flag, like a cape of smugness.
I remember those days back when paladins were only allowed to heal in raids. Well, that's the thing, right? It's like, sure, maybe they're better at it now, but that doesn't, you know, the fact that whether they're right or wrong is not the point. It's the fact that they are imposing a playstyle on someone in the first place, right?
Yeah.
It's not like, oh no, it's not okay to backseat people because your backseating is wrong. It's like it's not okay to backseat people in general because that's how you play a video game. You know, you play it differently from someone else because you play it the way you play it.
It's one of the things I've been really enjoying about watching a bunch of Rudism stuff is how, like, he's gone to great lengths. Oh,
Do you see that Grayling health bar right there?
Yeah, Matey Boy does not want to die.
He's not visible on my screen.
Ah.
Well, we'll just leave him be, I guess.
Sink.
But yeah, it's like I feel like that's a counterpoint that doesn't hold a lot of weight. It's like, no, because this actually is good and optimal. It's like it shouldn't matter that it's optimal or not.
And there's definitely some fun to be had with breaking shit in
Yeah.
a non-optimal fashion. Sign me up.
Heck, I mean, that's some of the most like interesting playthroughs is when people are playing like with a banana controller. Is that optimal? Absolutely not.
Nah.
But that's how some people want to play, you know?
It's also interesting that while he started playing it for a bit, Rudism got into the habit of playing Rocket League with a Guitar Hero controller as standard and got really fucking good at it.
Actually, I don't think I know the direction to the Dark Forest. Was it north or was it south?
All the forest is dark. I'll protect you!
Thank you. Oh,
Yeah, good thing. Good
hello,
dumb
Grayling.
dog.
Hacha!
Yeah.
Hacha! There we go.
What you gonna do?
Nothing.
You cannot defeat my grand shield of ass kickery! Yeah. It's always funny when I encounter somebody who's like, okay, so what you're gonna want to do is do this specifically in this manner. And it's like, you've not met me. You don't understand how stubborn I can be. Because, oh boy! Oh. Okie dokie. It's good. I'm getting my character's cardio in. Does a lot more work than I do. But on the video game side of things, you know, we're still learning how to make it so that, you know, everyone can be in the space and not feel like they're a hanger-on.
Yeah,
And it really does depend on the type of game and things like that.
for sure.
To bring it back to Divinity 2, that is one of those titles where not everybody has to be a fighter, but by combining abilities, you know, like oil and fire and other of like the elemental combos, you could wreck face.
Oh yeah.
And it makes you feel fucking good.
Mm-hmm.
Plus, it does that glorious thing of, at a certain point, it lets you just respec your talents how you wanna. So
Yeah.
it gives you enough time to learn your character, what you want to do and want to be, and then says, all right, now juggle your points around. Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Because good old Calcium Bonio. I always thought he was going to be more of a necromancer, and that kind of ended up taking a back seat to lighting shit on fire.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
There's-
think one of the things. Oh, go for it.
Oh, someone in chat said there's an option in Divinity to do the tutorial island now. Really? So you can skip Fort Joy if you want? Is that true? Because it's I mean, that is a good option to have, because much as I love Fort Joy, sometimes when I make a new character, I do just want to get through it. Despite the fact it's such a good tutorial, because it doesn't feel like a tutorial. It just feels like a level.
It feels like a proper section of the game.
Yeah, which
I
I
mean-
would say it is. Like, it's like, I feel like trying to define what between a tutorial and not a tutorial would be splitting hairs at that point with Fort Joy.
The one that still cracks me up, and I still go back to the clip, was when we were playing it on Fiona's channel, and I managed to do the sneak move into the back of a cutscene.
Mm-hmm.
That still cracks me up.
Yeah. There we go.
The
I'm in the
Grand
Black
High
Forest now.
Inquisitor. Murder these two mother hubbards. Like, the Grand High Inquisitor is doing his big speech about the importance of the many versus the few, and the importance of his work. And there's me as a fucking barrel just sneaking around and stealing shit on the walls.
I could use some assistance. There's a shaman over here. He's not the tankiest. He's not the toughest. It's just that he's a very strong support unit. I'm gonna bring him to you.
Roger, Roger.
And he is healing his buddies and himself. But I think if we gang up on him, we'll be able to take him out real easy.
All right. What are you, mate? Oh no, that's a bull.
He
Alright,
is
where
over
are you?
here, I think.
Big glowing bad word.
I think that's why I don't enjoy 14 anymore. They took a game to the point where they force you to play the game in a specific way, or else you can't clear. I would disagree, because 14 is incredibly casual friendly. Sure, you have to play a certain way to be optimal, but you don't need to be optimal to clear. You know?
Yeah, and it does let you. Right, some more battle snacks. It does let you play how. It does let you switch between classes and characters and whatnot.
Yeah, so even if you don't like a playstyle for one of the jobs, there are, 15 of them to choose from? And even then, like I said, you don't have to play optimal to clear 90% of the content. The only percentage that I would say you can't clear, and even then you would still clear it, you would just clear it slower by not playing optimally. It is incredibly generous in its... Yeah,
Sorry
there's
to
some
interrupt,
copper
because
here.
I do want to go back to it. Yeah. Let us mark this.
I mean, if you find all the jobs boring, that's valid. But I just disagree that you are forced to play in that style in order to clear. You are not. You can do nothing but spam ice as a black mage, and you will clear. You'll just clear slower.
Because what was really lovely is one of our lot just started playing Final Fantasy XIV for the first time in the last couple of weeks, and just seeing that whole conversation where someone's nervously going into an MMO and being like, "Hey, what class should I play? Because I don't want to play the wrong one."
Yeah, there is no wrong one.
Yeah, and I think that's a huge part towards 14's success.
Mm-hmm.
Is that you can't play the wrong class.
Nope, because for as difficult as balance is, even in a game that's classes are so controlled as 14.
Wait.
The 14. Oh, is that a timber wolf?
Oh
What
shit!
the
The
heck?
bed.
Oh my gosh, is that like a dire wolf? What the heck is that? It's a wolf.
I died in 2 bites.
Oh my god. Oh my god, it hurts so much. Oh, screw this. Oh, I'm running. Oh, it's so
I have
strong.
to come back and get my shit.
Yeah, you gotta come get it. Oh jeez. Oh, I'm dead too.
All right,
Wow.
it's time for the running of the naked streamers.
Yeah.
All right, where did we die?
Hot J, I would go as far as to say even ignoring half your cooldowns you can clear, unless you're a healer at, I would say, maybe like level 70 plus, because that's when the content actually requires at least healers to be fairly competent.
Yeah.
But I have had experience involving being matched with players who still don't know how to use their AoEs at level 80, and
and you can still get through it.
You can still get through it. You'll just get through it slower.
No, I was just I'm just trying to see if Shackle's about. So Shackle Draconis is a friendo I know who has managed to do every class to max. Sorry, every job to max, and so it's always interesting to hear their input, because unfortunately I didn't get the chance to get into Final Fantasy XIV years ago. After the re-release, some friends tried to pull me in, which is great, and I really wish I'd been able to. But they were all on one specific server back before the server movement systems were changed, and it was that thing where you had to wait for there to be a gap in the server before you could make your character.
Right, when they stopped selling copies.
Yeah, we're talking like, Jesus. I was still in the UK back then.
Okay, this is a much older time then. Okay.
Yeah. And so I tried and I kept ricocheting off it, and I grumbly grumbled through that weekend because I lost a Sunday to trying to get the character on the same server as everybody else. So I missed out.
Hearing this, it seems like Final Fantasy 14 and 15 are very different. Yes, every Final Fantasy game, it's practically its own game. It's part of the same franchise, but they don't follow like a formula. Like, you know how in you know what to expect with the next Assassin's Creed. You expect a little bit of climbing in an open world and all that stuff. Not the case with a Final Fantasy game. One Final Fantasy game could be a linear, very focused encounter-based game. The next one could be a real-time hack and slash. The next one could be a turn-based party management RPG. It's really a case-by-case basis. If you don't like how the homogenized some jobs are becoming, that is one thing. That is an issue they're having to figure out. If you're complaining about how homogenized some of the roles are, especially the tanks and the healers, I think that's a valid complaint. A lot of them do play very similarly. I think the only one that really genuinely plays unique is Sage, whereas you play one tank, you kind of understand all the tanks. They play very similarly, especially like Dark Knight and Warrior. I feel people are complaining it has a lot of overlap in how they play. I think that's valid and totally reasonable.
Sorry, I just started thinking about like the difference between Final Fantasies 15 and 16.
Oh,
15, yeah. So 16 is looking like it's going to be a very like political intrigue, medieval tale of sword, sorcery, and dragons. 15. What if boy band booked road trip?
Yep, hot boys on a road trip. People joke around that 16 is like Final Fantasy 14 single player version. Because it's like it seems to be very similar, because 14 is a very politically focused game. Its plot is very like philosophical but also political as well. It has a lot of political themes and political commentary.
Whereas, see, I loved 15 because it's the most personal of the stories.
Oh, I died again. The wolf one-shot me. The wolf is still here, but luckily it's one-shotting everything else as well.
Alright, so here lies Smash Manwich. Yeah, I'm gonna pull away, heal up, tank up, and wait for you, because I think this is the one where I've got to get the old sword and board going before we're ready to like push him away. The wolf got distracted by the greylings that were following us, so I managed to grab the stuff.
Nice. I wish they had left Monk alone. I think that's a valid complaint. Every time they rework a class, they basically make a completely new class, and that old class no longer exists. Yeah! And now there's a niche, there's a hole that is no longer filled. That basically a group of players that are no longer being catered to, and that's what happened with Summoner as well. So when you make updates to a game, there's always going to be an audience of people that preferred it the old way, regardless about the argument of merit of whether it's objectively better or worse, which you can't because it's all subjectivity. You know, some people are going to like the thing how it was.
So the thing is, I want to get involved in this one, but apparently the wolf got my fucking scent and is still tracking me.
Yeesh.
Because what I was going to say is that a lot of the Final Fantasy classes are based on Final Fantasy 1.
Yes.
Where they tried to put through the idea of like multifaceted classes, which is moving away from the tank, DPS, healer design philosophy that we see in MMOs today.
Right.
Like oh, he broke my bones. Joe broke my bones.
Have you died again?
Yup.
Yeah.
And I lured the wolf down to the shore, so you should be clear to go get your shit.
Thank you.
But jumping back, because someone mentioned Red Mage. History lesson. The Red Mage was a multi-use class from Final Fantasy 1, like OG NES. The idea of you didn't want to choose between pure healing or pure damage. You wanted somebody who could do a little bit of everything.
Yeah, it's like a bard, like an actual bard.
Yeah.
Which is why it had the fluffy hat, because a Red Mage, Bard in 14 at least, is Bard in name only. It does not function like a Bard. Red Mage is more like a Bard.
Yeah. With later games, and especially ones that involve multiplayer scenarios, like most people moved away from characters like the Red Mage as they come to learn Final Fantasy 1. Because while it frees you up having more slots, like the destructive power of the Black Mage and the pure, like, I'm going to keep you all alive whether you want to or not, healing ability of the White Mage, like, can't be understated. You all know this. This isn't, you know, I'm not saying anything drastically new here. But it's something that they moved away from, and they had to work out how to create a space for the Red Mage. And especially a space in a multiplayer environment.
Yeah. With the tank healer DPS system, which is very difficult. And I think they struck the balance nice enough with what they did. They made Red Mage a DPS class that can do a little bit of other things.
Yeah. And, okay, MMOs
except tanking,
are the most...
I guess.
Oh, yeah. MMO is the most expensive kind of game to make.
Yes.
Like, hands down. There is, like... AAA games don't even come close to how expensive an MMO is to make.
Yep.
And what we saw with the rise of World of Warcraft was that it was also potentially one of the most successful once it was made accessible.
Yes.
So the healer tank DPS concept kind of came out of World of Warcraft's grand success. If you look back at Ultima Online, Dark Age of Camelot, even EverQuest 1 to an extent, like it was possible to be less optimal in that. It was possible to make characters that weren't all about face wrecking. And that philosophy carried through. I mean, I'm going to pick on the Paladins once again because they're a really good example of how the Paladins of World of Warcraft were primarily a damage dealing class, but they could also do a bit of healing and they could also do a bit of tanking. They were a one shoe fits all, but then they had to work out how to make them work in a space where people wanted a dedicated tank, dedicated healer.
Yep.
It wasn't just you go into a dungeon with 5 friends. It was tank, healer, 3 DPS. That's the golden setup. And if you're a generalist, how do you fit into that space? So what they did is they made it so that the paladin could be a healer, a tank, or a DPS.
Yep.
But in such losing a lot of its identity.
Right.
Final Fantasy 15, I feel, has been able to survive that because you're not locked into being one class with one character for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
But it still has to fit into the dichotomy in some regard.
Yeah. Yeah, he means 14, chat. Yeah.
Oh, what did I say?
15. It's okay. I mean, 15 as well, because you don't really play any classes in 15 either.
Well, 15 is a character story. Like,
right.
So like in Final Fantasy 1, it's the story of 4 characters that you choose on an adventure. 15, you play as Noctis. It is Noctis' story and the interaction he has with his friends throughout it. It is a mournful tale and a beautifully illustrated one. Though I definitely recommend getting the mod that gives Cindy some decent clothes. Because she'd get stuff caught in the engine. I'm sorry.
No, you're right. Like, that is not... someone, like a real engineer, would never wear anything like that.
It's not that you can't have a hot character playing an engineer in a video game.
Yeah, of course.
It is that they would, if they were genuinely that, like, into mechanics and whatnot, I could just hear the injuries.
Also, why is she not named Sydney? She's supposed to be the Sid stand-in. I know there's a Sid in the game, but she's supposed to be the stand-in for Sid, so call her Sydney. That'd be so much better.
Yeah, someone fecked up there.
Yep.
Someone fecked up.
Just swap the letters. But yeah, you brought up World of Warcraft. It's very interesting to understand that World of Warcraft was the casual MMO. That was the accessible MMO. Because now we think 14 is the accessible MMO, and World of Warcraft is the one that's grindy, inaccessible, and a time sink. No. Like, while it is now because of a different perspective and just how we've come to know MMOs and realize what is necessary and what's unnecessary. Hello, Will.
Hey,
But
did
like,
you get your stuff back?
I did, yes, thanks to you luring that wolf away. I'll come along with you to help you fend off the wolf and maybe distract it in case it shows up again.
But I'll tell you what, I'll stick with you. How are we gonna find these feckin' tombs?
I don't know. They're randomly generated, so they're just around the place. We just have to explore and find it, like finding a needle in a haystack. But yeah.
Sorry, you were saying.
Yeah, during the time of Ultima Online and EverQuest and all that stuff, it's like it was so archaic and really player hostile as well. And people liked it that way. Some people liked that, you know. But I think as we grow older and we start to realize what is genuinely just a waste of time and what doesn't have like intrinsic enjoyment to it, we kind of start to remove some of that stuff. And I think there's something to be said about the value in novelty, you know, because like some people lament the loss of these seemingly illogical time-wasty components, and I don't mean that as a condemnation. Like, I play Monster Hunter. There's a lot of time-wasty components in Monster Hunter, but it's to sell you on the experience and the novelty. Why do you... Like, there is no intrinsic gameplay value to having to sharpen your weapon. All it does is, you know, to put it uncharitably, waste some time and maybe pace out the fight and pad it a little bit. But that is not me saying that that's a bad thing. That is to deliver a certain experience, the novelty of being a hunter, maintaining your weapons. That is the experience that it is trying to add. And we can argue day and night of whether that is, you know, that merit is worth having, but that is the kind of thing that developers have to think about all the time of like, is this time wasting feature, like, does the novelty it add, is it worth adding that waste of time, or should we nix it and get rid of it because it is just a waste of time and doesn't add enough?
And when it came to a lot of the early MMOs, they were based on more like hardcore experiences. Like Ultima Online, you drop everything on your person when you die. That's just how it is. If someone jumps you in a forest, if you get hit by some PKs, player killers, as they used to be called back then, before the term PvP kind of entered the group vernacular, then tough bacon and bananas, it's gone.
Yeah. And some people like that. Some people think that that gives them a very unique experience of having high stakes and like, I mean, without that, sure, it is not a quality of life, and in some ways it's very player hostile, but it gives a feeling and a type of experience that can't be found elsewhere when you don't do that, right? And that's not to say that it makes it inherently good or bad, but it is a unique type of experience that some people want, you know?
Yeah. And the other thing that's interesting is World of Warcraft showed us that like MMOs weren't just of the hardcore.
Yes.
We've seen this a few times in video games. So like FPSs were definitely one, and MMOs were another, that were traditionally thought of as being, all right, get you some pine if you can.
Ooh, pine?
Yeah. It unlocked a whole bunch of extra building materials for me.
Ooh, all right. Yeah, I forgot the different types of wood. Continue. FPSs and MMOs.
Were considered super, super hardcore, and MMOs as well. So, like, in early, like, original launch World of Warcraft, you see a lot of the design philosophies, you know, that are similar. Those huge raid dungeons that can only be unlocked with ridiculous, ridiculous requirements and things like that. Like, I spent a lot of time trying to get shit out of BlackRock and stuff like that. but its wild success as it streamlined a lot of the pain points led to it taking over the world.
Oh yeah, look at that! Holy crap! All right, I'm gonna drop some of this other stuff just so I can carry more.
Some battle snacks. Snacks. And the thing with MMOs is that they're the most interesting to discuss because very few people have the chance to make them. They're still so expensive.
Yup. Let alone make them good.
Yeah. There's so few that have the opportunity. Oh man, this game is fucking gorgeous. There's so few that have the chance to articulate or to do something weird and different. Like, and it makes it so special. And so what it means is that when you like do deconstructions of Final Fantasy XIV and things like that, they have a ton of value.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, my axe is broken.
So we're definitely in the Black Forest now.
Yes, we have been for a little bit. Although my axe is broken, so I don't know how much of use I'll be. I think I might head back to repair and bring the other axes so I can have multiple axes.
All right, let me finish this one off and I'll come with you, just in case we end up encountering that bloody wolf again.
Sharpening your
also,
weapon hardly counts as a time waste mechanic. Well, maybe time waste is too strong a word. What I mean is just like mechanics that don't seem to add anything on the surface on an intrinsic mechanical level, aside from a extrinsic feeling, like experience level, like something that is more of a feeling that you can't quite measure or mark down or detail, like I don't know.
Monster Hunter's a really good example of loads of those. So like they still don't show you the health of the monster.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, even though you do get numerical breakdowns, it doesn't show you.
Yeah.
And one of the reasons that I will always argue for no health bars is because it gives you the feeling of being the hunter. You need to be able to watch its movements, see when it's tired, see when it's hurt.
Yes.
You don't just see an icon of status pop up.
Yeah.
Because one of the things that we did see from World of Warcraft was like over homogenization the other way, where they made it too streamlined, where people stopped really paying attention to the experience and were just looking at buttons and looking at cooldowns.
It's like, yes, this is incredibly quality of life. This is incredibly understandable and easy, but something is lost in that. And that's not me saying that you should always go novelty, but it's just a difficult balance that developers have to figure out, is like how much novelty versus how much quality of life do we want. Because one usually sacrifices the other. Maybe not always, but usually, you know, like I think being able to see the health bar in Monster Hunter would be a quality of life, but something would be lost in that. Something less measurable. And that's the experience, the novelty.
The thing a lot of us have been discussing is the movement systems in Monster Hunter Rise, that perhaps they're too far the other way. Because you have the dog, and you have the ninja wire zip bugs.
Yeah.
The speed at which you can move around the maps in Rise is incredible. But by doing that, the maps feel tiny.
Mm-hmm.
The verticality certainly adds something, but it feels small and playgroundy.
And also,
to like,
also the fact that you have all these movement tools and you're so fast, it means that the developers have to develop monsters that are fast to make up for it. And then now, if they want to introduce more things, do they go further? Do they just make Monster Hunter faster and faster of a game? Like, it's hard to know where that line should be drawn, and like that's kind of becomes the evolution of the game of like, well, is the game vastly different now? Like, what should they do? Because now they risk the possibility of alienating the people who preferred slower Monster Hunter. It's a hard problem.
Yes, and the problem with users is that they will always have opinions.
Yeah.
But they won't always know what it is they truly want.
Yeah.
So I'm going to use this as an excuse to plug the game that I've been obsessed with at the moment, which is Zero Sevian, which just came out today.
Oh.
So if any of you want to play indie Escape from Tarkov single player, like Stardew Valley but hardcore, like post-apocalyptic survival, it just came out today. And the hilarious thing is that there are 1,000 threads all saying add co-op, add multiplayer, add co-op, add multiplayer, because that is what people think they want from that experience. But the reason it's able to maintain its tension is because it's just you surviving the world. If you added co-op, then it would remove a large proportion of the stress and of the opposing challenge. Oh yeah, and as Stringer Please and Occult Game Dev says, I mean, sure, the developers could just hit the add co-op button. You know, that's how easy it is to make a multiplayer game.
Yeah, just add the command :add co-op : and then press enter.
There's a person on TikTok who keeps making fake game dev videos, and it's like, all right, so what you want to do is open your instance in Unity. First, you need to import AAA graphics, and then you're going to need to add multiplayer.
Yeah.
Oh, you need to put it on PS5? Just change the file extension to .ps5.
Yeah. A couple of things. Someone mentioned that Red Dead Redemption has that problem as well. Yeah, the balance between novelty and quality of life, because Red Dead 2 went full novelty with very little quality of life. Everything you do, you have to do manually, watch the animation and all that stuff with very little quality of life to make it video gamey, because they wanted a fully immersive, realistic experience of just being in the shoes of this real person having to manually do all of this. And again, an argument can be made of like the value in that or the value in dropping some of it. You know, it's like it's a question without a definitive answer that anybody can claim, because no one is the value decider except for Dan Olsen. He's the certified value decider.
Yes, Dan gets to. He has a little certificate and everything.
He does. He has. Yeah, I'm glad you got that reference.
I don't know Dan well enough to ask him if he'll send me a certificate, because I fucking want one.
But yeah, you and me and everyone in chat, we can't decide how much Red Dead should give up its novelty.
That's
for
the
quality
guinea
of life.
pigs. They have very strong opinions about this.
Yeah, that's the guinea pigs and Dan Olsen. The second thing, somebody said that Monster Hunter is a bad example because people play the older games. I think that strengthens the point that the value in novelty, in that some people deliberately play the older Monster Hunter games because they lack the quality of life, you know? Because they want the more complex, the more not thought-provoking, but like the more just like things that they have to take into account. It's less streamlined. It's more methodical. Yeah. And
I will say, Red Dead 2 is a really good one to break down because it's so flavor to taste. I found the simulacrum elements and the bizarrely detailed parts of it to be really intriguing. And I found the story was constantly at odds with that experience.
How so?
I found that... Well, I could not give two hot hoots about the group of people that we're supposed to care about, because there's so much exposition and characters dropped on us before we even get the chance to experience the world. But once you get to experience the world and go out there and stop being your own cowboy, holy crud, that game's great. And it's like it's constantly at odds with itself. The story wants to be a very tight, linear focused. It's the tale of this person and this family and a tale of revenge and otherwise.
You know what's funny? Sorry, you finish first.
Oh yeah, but the world wants you to go be your cowboy and do whatever the hell you want.
Yep.
All right.
Yeah, it's funny that you mentioned that, because Nakey Jakey, good old Nakey Jakey, had the exact same complaint, and I think a lot of people have complaints for that as well for many Rockstar games, and I think it's like they're starting to see the pattern now and see it like at first it was just kind of like whatever, but now it's like really noticing, like, you've made this open world and organic system to allow you, like, you've made this sandbox with a lot of cool systems that allow for organic gameplay. Why are you stripping that out for, you know, to make us go through this controlled, linear, focused experience, you know?
Right. You're all breaking your backs to make this reactive world that does incredible things, and now you're making me not do the fun stuff.
Yeah. I think it's also, what... No, you finish first. Sorry, I've been talking a lot.
Oh, no, I was going to get back into Valheim stuff, but I hella agree with you. And I think it comes from Rockstar being such a huge developer that the team writing the story and making the cutscenes and all of that might be in a different country from the team making the systems that run the world.
Maybe.
You know? The best part I had with Red Dead 2 was completely emergent. because, as I said, I did not get on with the story. So as soon as I was let off of my own devices, I fucked off into the wilderness.
Yeah.
The problem was I got lost, and I mistakenly went back to the bit at the beginning where, you're in the snow and all that. And I was like, peoples. But as I am heading up into the further into the woods to try and find where I am, or maybe find adventure, this guy rides past me, and he's like, stranger. And I'm like, okay, sorry, I didn't mean to do whatever it is you think I've done. But apparently me tipping my hat to him and giving him distance was the biggest middle finger of all time. So he took exception to this and tried to kill me. I gunned him down like there was no tomorrow, and his horse freaked out. And I suddenly felt really guilty because the horses are so well animated. I was like, no. So I got off my horse, calmed him down. I was like, all right, fuck. I feel a genuine sense of guilt towards this animal. I'm going to take it back to civilization. Because if I leave it up here in the mountains, it's going to die of hypothermia or get eaten or what have you. So no, taking this animal back, going to do right. And I went on the longest quest. I've got my horse in tow. I'm leading this horse through. We're crossing fjords and rivers. But we went through a bridge. One of those little coveted bridges, like a long shed. And these two bandits pop out in front, one behind. They're like, all right, reach for the sky. We want your monies. I'm like, oh, shit. All right, I can take this. And so I go Deadeye mode, and I clack the first two guys. And I spin round as a bullet goes past my ear, and I clack that guy in his genitals. I'm like, yeah! I like to imagine my person would have done like a gun spin and then holstered. But the horse that I tried to rescue got hit. And it's now injured and bad. And so I go over to it, and it's like, you have two options. Put the horse out of its misery, or heal it using horse medicine. And I don't have any horse medicine!
Aww.
So I took every one of their bodies and fucking burnt them in spite and anger. And it turns out that they're part of one of the story gangs. So I found them. I went on my own, fucking John Wick murder quest because of this moment. And all of that was completely separate of any cutscenes or narrative. That was just the emergent story that came as I was running about. No, it's cool.
Yeah, and I feel like many open world game devs need to lean into that more. I think that's one of the few things that, why Breath of the Wild and Elden Ring are one of the few open world games, in my opinion, that feel take advantage of the emergent systems, is because when you're doing the story things, they don't get rid of that emergent and systemic play that makes the systems interact with each other. Maybe a little bit with Breath of the Wild and some of Elden Ring's more linear stuff, but not to the extent. They don't take you out of it. It still feels like it's a part of the open world, right? And you're still given the tools that you have in the open world to kind of navigate and use them. In fact, if anything, in Breath of the Wild, they encourage you to use all the systems that you've learned in the open world and apply them in these more story-focused areas, right?
Hells yeah.
The fact that story that you have is why it's it's so great. That's what Yahtzee calls water cooler games, where everyone can hang around the cooler and tell great stories about just their experience with the game, and each one is unique because of these systems.
And you can't put a price on that one.
No, you can't put a price, and you can't design that. You can, but it's you can't guarantee something like that, and you can't print it on a box, and it's really amazing.
So in Valheim stuff, I had a request. If you are our archer, our speedy badass, I'd like to move away from the shield. I'd like to use our resources to make the Stag Breaker, a giant hammer that just breaks face.
By all means, go ahead. If you're gonna be the unga bunga, explodey big man, go ahead.
It needs so the core wood that we already have, but it's the stag trophies.
Mm-hmm.
So we'd need to kill more stags for stag trophies if we wanted to do that boss again.
Okay. Don't we have 2 stag trophies? Because if we have 2, we can do it again.
We have 5.
We have 5? Yeah, we can do it twice because we only need 2.
Well, The Stagbreaker needs 5. That's why I was asking.
Oh, I see. Well, I am in no hurry to fight that boss again. I don't even know what we would fight him for. Then I say go ahead. Go nuts.
Boosh. And I'll put my tower shield upstairs.
Oh, is it a two-hander?
Yeah, it's a beast.
Ooh.
I'm gonna still need my my axe for them trees. But,
I have mixed feelings about it. It gives you all the tools right off. I kind of like that personally because then I don't have to wait, because that's the thing that I'm kind of not enjoying. Not that it's bad. Again, this is opinion and this is all personal experience. This is not me indicating whether it should or should not do this. I'm having a lesser experience going through another playthrough of Hollow Knight because of the fact that it's taking me so long to get all the tools that I used to have. Because I'm like, man, I just wish I had my dash or my double jump or wall jump already, you know? So for me personally, I am grateful that Breath of the Wild gives you the tools all at the beginning and then bases the entire world around that fact, so that you can truly go anywhere.
I think it's one of the reasons why we keep coming back to it, is because Breath of the Wild is just, it's your story, your experience.
Yeah. If speedrunners are an indication, you truly can go anywhere. You can go to the boss immediately.
Those speedrunners scare me sometimes.
Speedrunners are horrifying.
It's like, what if I did the maximum amount of QA testing for a game ever, but for funsies?
Yeah. I think, like, they legit...
What if I made QA testing my entire personality?
Right. Like, because that was a thing. I think one of the GDC's, the GDC talks was one of the people who worked on Breath of the Wild saying that they concepted Breath of the Wild by making just, like, the Breath of the Wild systems when they were concepting them, but making it in just an engine that was basically the first Zelda game, you know, the 2D, the da-da-da-da-da-da, you know, that one. So, and that's how they just basically played around with that to QA test essentially what things would be in Breath of the Wild or not.
Right, check out this fucking hammer.
Yeah. Oh my god, look at that smoke. Heck yeah.
Yeah.
Wow.
And it does have block to it, so I'm not completely useless.
That's good.
Yeah. Smash Manwich is getting his fucking name's worth. But these are the things I love, and unfortunately, this is that it has been 0 moments since Will has mentioned Sea of Thieves. But
No, go ahead.
Sea of Thieves gives you every tool at the beginning of every session for everybody.
Yes.
Like, you don't have to wait to unlock the grappling hook or the sniper rifle or the blunderbuss. It's just, here are the toys, go.
And of course, it gives you the most important toy as well, the music box.
Yes! Never get tired of shantying with friends.
Many games are worse because they don't have an instrument in it.
Mm-hmm. Or a grappling hook.
Or a grappling hook.
Yeah, and it has been 0 seconds since Will talked about movies and Mikey. Yo, because we talked a lot about, like, you know, story and effect and elements. Again, I guess we're plugging friends' work. But Movies with Mikey did an episode about Metroid.
Movies with Mikey is great.
Yeah, and just how it does such a wonderful job of, like, that that feeling of an emergent story, even though it's very, very controlled environment, that the Metroid games still feel like they're open world, which, I mean, shit, no one needs me to tell them that Hollow Knight takes that idea and just runs with it.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure some people prefer the slower progression of unlocking things because there's something to be said about that feeling of, like, playing a game through like 20 hours and still getting goodies to discover, and that's like I can see the value in that for sure.
Should we head back to the Black Forest?
Yes, I have 2 axes now, and I'm ready. Yeah, I hope sometimes I realize I can come across, like, whenever I give my own opinion of a thing that is not aligned with other people, that it can come across. This is at chat, by the way, not you, Will. I know you're wrong, and everything I say is right. And anyway, this is me at that one chat person that said, I kind of don't like how Breath of the Wild gives you all the tools up front. I apologize. I'm trying to be more careful with how I phrase things because I understand that sometimes when I phrase it, it can come across like putting you down. I hope that's not the case. If it wasn't clear, I'm trying to make it clear now that that was not the case. I was just stating what I like of like, oh, I actually kind of like that. But I do see the value in it and where that appeal can come, because that is the appeal that I like in Potionomics, that I'm like playing through and it's slowly kind of, what is it? Drip feeding? That's the word. Drip feeding you new mechanics and things instead of giving you all of them at once so that you are not overwhelmed. I think it's a case by case for me, but
doing it in like a narrative way as well.
Yeah.
We did a spot of Metal Gear Solid 5 last week. Time travel's weird. And because I'd played it before, it had all of my resources stored online with my profile. So it did the opposite of what the game usually does, which is slowly introducing mechanics, and just vomited every mechanic on us within the first point. And I fucking love that.
Yeah.
Oh, Exquisite Toaster over here has mentioned Rain World. So yeah, that's another reset the clock moment. I punch deer. But yeah, Rain World's a great one because you have all the tools and resources immediately off the bat. Later on, it does introduce like the grapple slug, but if you were a complete masochist, you could probably play through the whole game without using it, you know? And one of the things that makes this so good, these conversations and this banter, is that video games is still such a new medium that this is entirely worth bantering back and forth, you know?
Yeah.
Theater and cinema have been around for a gajillion years. They've had their fun. But, like, Breath of the Wild's impact on gaming is still being discussed. That only came out, like, 4 or 5 years ago.
And that was, like, man, credit to Nintendo for all their wacky, sometimes weird things that they come up with of, like, how are you doing this? This is a solved problem. Their kind of bubbles philosophy of not looking at other games can result in very unique experiences. And I think Breath of the Wild was like Nintendo's first big foray into like an open world game, right? Like some people might think Mario Odyssey is an open world, or Mario 64 or Galaxy and that stuff, but I mean like Ubisoft open world, like a big old massive exploratory thing. And that was like kind of their first try, and it's like already revolutionized the genre, I would say. If however little some may say, but definitely doing things that people were not doing.
We all joked in the industry that woe betide every programming team that had to hear about Breath of the Wild features.
Yeah. Oh, pour one out for the Genshin Impact devs. No disrespect to the game or its players or its developers or anything like that. Because I mean, this is how subgenres are born, right? It's like taking a genre of game, like making a style of doing it that others kind of start to imitate and iterate on. So I think the open world genre is starting to split into various different types of open worlds.
Hey, and I'm fucking living for it.
Me too.
I was just chortling. A cult game dev was saying that they've been on video game teams where Breath of the Wild was banned in game discussions because whilst it's a very, very good game, the actual creation of those systems is incredibly difficult, incredibly expensive. So, like, unless you built your game from the ground up to be that kind of reactive experience, it's going to be so hard to make something like that.
Yes, the weapon durability system, that's an interesting innovation and an interesting topic that I like how much it's discussed because it's a really interesting look at a solved problem that people don't like. It's interesting because and it is smart. I do think it is a smart system, but it's interesting that so many people don't like it. Including me. I think that's what makes it interesting, is that you can solve a design problem and it still might not satisfy player experience. Because it does solve the problem of players hoarding and only using one weapon all the time. I think that is a problem in design that developers have struggled to try to solve. And this one does solve it, I would say, pretty handily. But now we have a different problem of the less tangible, less measurable, but it doesn't feel good, you know? Like that, and that is a way more difficult problem to solve.
Well, this is one of those ones where the intellectual concept of an idea comes at odds with how people actually play games.
Yeah.
So, like, intellectually, I understand. Breath of the Wild's durability system, like weapon degradation and all that, is designed to make you use a lot of different things, to think on your feet.
It's kind of protecting gamers from themselves, in a way.
Yes. But in actuality, what it causes, air quote, gamers to do is to hoard those resources.
And never use them.
And never use them.
Yep, it's the Skyrim potion problem.
Yep. And it then also results in, especially weapons like the Master Sword being preferable, because it's rechargeable and it doesn't break.
Now, yeah, and there is something to be said because that is kind of, I think there's something to be said and valid to be like, well, that's the player's fault for not doing it. And yeah, I would say in some ways, because I know that when I started to just be like, all right, fine, fuck it, I'm not going to hoard anymore, I'm just going to use it, I did have a more satisfying experience. And there's a sense of liberation there when you just give up like the feeling of saving a thing and just using it as you get it. It feels so freeing. But then,
and like using like a lightning weapon to solve a puzzle that would be complex, or you know, starting a forest fire to send you up into the sky. And oh, actually, so considering how far out we are, do we want to make another little like storage spot here?
That could be useful. Yeah, here, I'll chop down a couple of trees.
Oh, what's this over here?
I'll chop down a couple of trees and make a small base. But yeah, that's and that's true. It's just like, where was I going? My train of thought's lost.
Oh, I'm sorry.
No worries.
It was when you stop fighting against those systems and embrace it, like Breath of the Wild can be really engaging.
Yeah.
But it feels bad, man.
Yeah.
And oh fuck, that's a troll, dude! Behind you!
Oh my god! No, that's a troll! Oh, run!
We're not ready for this guy, are we?
No, we are not. Maybe. Let me see. Let me see how much my bow does. Oh my! He came out of nowhere. I see why they're so stealthy.
I saw his shoulders.
Oh my god. Okay, maybe I have a bow. Maybe if we kite him around a bit and just like, I don't know, keep him distracted, I think we could take him, actually. I think we can. If you just watch yourself and keep your wits about you.
Alright.
It'll be an uphill battle for sure, but I can see some worlds where we beat him. Yeah, look at those dodges. God, this rain is making this difficult, though.
But also feckin' gnarly.
Mm-hmm. Oh! Okay. Retreat, soldier.
Retreat! He broke my knees!
Oh, he's throwing rocks. Yeah, let's book it. Fuck this.
Fuck that guy. Maybe let's not build a house here.
Yeah, no, maybe not here. Do you have your Eikthyr buff? If you could press down on the D-pad, you could speed us up, potentially. Thank you. All right, let's book it out of here.
Woogie, woogie, woogie. And sorry to both of our lovely chats. You're making some great points about Breath of the Wild,
yes.
And I love talking about it because
there are no wrong answers about whether you like it or dislike it. I think it's just a very interesting topic of discussion.
Yeah, but Big Mean and Blue just wanted to put our insides on the outside through the medium of smashing our faces in. So
here we go. I got my thought back. The one thing that the weapon durability thing I feel doesn't do well is it's at odds. He's still coming after us. I'm gonna chop down this tree and maybe get. No, fuck it. All right, bye. Okay.
Peace.
I would say the one thing the weapon durability is at odds with is when the game tries to give you unique weapons, because it's a unique weapon, but it's consumable, so it's gonna be gone. So it
you don't want to use it.
I don't want to use it. Like, this is a legendary weapon given to me by one of the heroes of the past that is dying out, and it's supposed to be like this legendary relic. Why would I use it? You know, because it's gonna break.
Trolls done with their feckery.
Yeah. So I feel as though the durability system, I think, I say easy fix. Maybe I shouldn't say easy fix because nothing is ever an easy fix in game dev, but I feel a potential fix.
Oh no, he is just okay, keep going!
Okay, see ya.
Big and bad!
Big and bad! He's coming to the meadows. I think a potential fix is to not make the weapon durability system kind of across the board, but only with most of the common weapons, but the uncommon and unique weapons make them function like the Master Sword, you know? That way...
I mean,
yeah.
there's already a hoarding system. There's already a system in that for gaining items. Have a repair system. You know, you get to use it X amount.
Yeah.
And that way, because there's no, like, Soulsian leveling system... That way you can focus on the weapons doing unique and weird and strange things, like boomerang, like a lightning weapon. You know, that way you could split your lightning weapons into ones that conduct, ones that spark.
Yeah, you could have more specialized weapons since you don't have to worry about them being very valuable since you kind of can lower the intrinsic value and usefulness of each weapon if you can repair it. Oh, am I full on things? No, I'm not. Can I pick this up? There we go.
I've accidentally turned off the auto pickup so many times.
Have I done...
So many times.
Yeah, I think I might have done by accident.
But this is all an interesting discussion because it's all still... Oh, wait.
Oh,
Leave JoCat alone, you mate!
Thank you.
Because it's all up for discussion. We're still trying to solve these problems. You know?
For sure.
Now, a cult game dev brings up another interesting thing, which is sometimes the idea of a system can be enough to get people to go, no, 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 no. Because a cult game dev is saying they've been tinkering with weapon degradation systems as a mechanic, but people do get big mad when they hear that it's a system that you're implementing. Permadeath used to be the very same. Because back in the day, permadeath would only be added to, air quotes, certain kinds of games. You know, before the rise of the... Woo!
Very
before
nice.
the rise of the roguelike.
Ooh, watch it. Okay, there we go.
Okay.
How do I... Hold
I
on.
also feel that like Minecraft's played a big role in getting people to start like thinking about their enjoyment of like crafted weapon degradation and stuff like that. You know.
I do not know how to turn back on my auto pickup.
Oh, the friendos told me how to do this last time. It was in... Oh, Peoples. Oh, it's in controls. It's V on the keyboard. I don't know what it is on...
V, okay.
Yeah.
There we go. Auto pickup on. All right. There we go. Thank you.
Bismarck yells, stop making everything a roguelike. Controversially, make everything a roguelike. It's a... I mean, friends, this is why everything in video games is so fun to talk about, because, like, you know, before feckin' Hades, like, no one would have considered roguelikes as being a great vehicle for storytelling.
Yeah. In fact, the people would assume the opposite, but no. Hades comes in as like, no, we're going to use the roguelike elements as part of the storytelling.
Oh, that is a precarious setup!
All right.
Oh, shit!
There we go. I like Supergiant before they were cool. Actually, they were always cool. I liked Supergiant before they were mainstream. There we go.
Yeah. I know we talked about this last week, but getting to play Bastion with no knowledge of what it is and what was going to happen is something that I will always thank. Oh, Oh, fuck, I thought that was your health, not the Greylings. I was about to freak out.
No worries.
But yeah, that is something I'll always be grateful for.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, shout out to Bastion, shout out to Transistor, shout out to Pyre.
Yeah.
I feel Pyre is the black sheep because they really tried to go out there, but I think it's still a great experience to go through, and it's got some very fun characters in it.
Yeah. And interestingly, like, without Pyre, we wouldn't have gotten the Hades that we did, because they learned a lot about how they told stories. Like, I didn't get on with Pyre, but I think that's due to my aversion to sports rather than anything that Pyre did.
Yeah, Pyre is kind of a sports game, isn't it?
Yeah. Oh, speaking of sports, I need my sports snacks. I need my snick snacks. Nabilio was mentioning that Binding of Isaac had a story. I don't want to get into Binding of Isaac spoilers. Binding of Isaac never owed us a big story, but I was disappointed when one wasn't unfurled.
Right. Yeah. Oh, there's a troll there anyway. By the way, I'm gonna build a camp here, since it's a decent distance from our other camp. But the troll is struggling to get home, I think, with its pathfinding. So I think this at the entrance of the Black Forest is enough.
Okay.
So I shall
All right, let's
build
make you some space.
a workbench. Thank you.
These are beach, which I don't think we can bring down yet.
Go. And I shall put some walls.
Or is it elm we can't bring down? I forget.
Actually, you could be useful. Very
Which
big help.
I've been known to be occasionally. What do you need?
Could you hold a torch out for me so that I may see? Thank you. It's very
There we
dark
go.
right now. So
Yeah.
that
We'll get a campfire up in a second and all that good stuff.
yes. I just needed to have a roof over this that I may just use it for repairs and such.
Railing, how did you think this was going to go? Like, honestly, disappointed more than anything else. Yeah, you feck off. Sorry, mate.
That's good. Ow. Excuse me,
two of
sirs.
the grayling slingers.
Ow.
You know what? Feck you guys.
Well, I am on my way back.
Oh my god. These were just the Grey Dwarves. What the... You cheeky bastards. I mean, I squished them, but... I'll guard your body, friend. I'm so sorry.
Fair.
I saw
only
you
there was
get hit
some
by
way
a
I
rock,
could
and I
get
was
more
like,
health.
Psh, oh, whatever. They're just Greylings. Those are little nerds. Oh, look who it is.
Respectfully, chat,
who it
I
is.
know how to build a shelter for my crafting table. I just wanted to do it that way. Respectfully.
No, I know this isn't anything against your good chat, because, you know, they're a lovely bunch and I love hanging out. I just got flashbacks to one of the reasons I don't stream Warframe is because everyone will try and tell me how to play Warframe.
Oh, yeah.
Despite the fact that I have the Excalibur Prime, the frame you get if you're one of the early access.
But Will,
adopters.
did you know that you can slide, jump, flip, and run on walls? You can do
Right.
that.
I have a video about Warframe that is older than people's kids. Like, keep my torch up so I can beat these Greylings to death. Oi! Don't come for a fight and then run around me, you bastard!
Yeah, just assume, chat, just assume that I'm the best player of every game and that everything I do that is non-optimal is on purpose.
Yeah. I'd have to check the how old that video is, but I think it's old enough to speak at this point. Hookshot was saying, in fairness, most things are older than a kid. It's a wee babu! It's a wee babu. Yeah, so it's the birch I can't cut, not the beech. Get some more wood for you while you're heading back.
Yup.
But yeah, like, I know it's almost like a little gauche to bring up like Breath of the Wild in conversation because it's been so discussed, but I genuinely think there's still value to talking about what it does and how it makes us feel.
Absolutely.
We've seen so many games that have said, "Oh, it's like Breath of the Wild meets X," and considering that wasn't the opening gambit in open world games, but it took the open part and ran with it.
Yeah, how many open world games are surprisingly limited in exploring the world? And all Breath of the Wild, all it did, I say all it did, but I'm sure it was hell to develop the system. But like, from the outside, all it did was add the ability to climb anything. And boom, just an entire facet of exploration and traversal has been unlocked.
Yeah, it also it created organic limiters, which I think is so fascinating.
Yep.
As we were talking about this last week when it comes to like numerical scales on RPGs and shit, but you know, the fact that you can't just climb out of the starting area and shit like that is because you don't have enough stamina to do so. There's no way for you to acquire enough. So it means that you can do anything you want within this little tiny sandbox to start with before things really open up.
Yeah. There we go. That's some good stuff. There we go.
It's like a little tiki shed. I love it.
Little tiki shed.
Little tiki shed. Yeah, and we can repair our stuff up as well.
Yeah. Have you got anything to make a campfire so I can cook some of this meat?
Oh, yes, I do. I think I do. Oh, stone.
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 Rock and stone. Can we just like dig down? Will that allow us to?
Rock and stone. Yeah, see, now I'm thinking about Deep Rock Galactic. but this is why talking about video games is so fucking fun. Is it's super valid to still like discuss and break it down as we're learning.
Yeah.
We are unfortunately all going to have to hear about Breath of the Wild 2 in great detail, because everyone will have an opinion about it when it drops.
Yep.
But it could be worse.
I think the scariest part about when Breath of the Wild 2 came out was the same thing that was scary about Breath of the Wild 1 and what was scary about Elden Ring, and that's critiquing it. Because I feel scared every time I have a negative opinion about any aspect about any of those games. But I think one person who did a fantastic job of how to mitigate that was Joseph Anderson, and that is by making the entire thing rhyme. It was either Joseph Anderson or Super Bunny Hop. I don't remember which one.
Okay.
Actually, I think it was Super Bunny Hop, where he basically made the entire review a limerick rhyme.
Okay, that's real cool.
So that way, even if you disagree with him, at least it's a little entertaining and creative, and it shows that he is doing it in good faith.
Yeah, I mean, feck being a video game reviewer.
Yeah.
Shout out to all the journos who have to do it. Like,
Yeah.
You have nothing but my respect, but seriously, feck that noise.
Yeah, my gosh.
Oh, I am full up of stuff, so I will go build us a little... Just want a little campfire as well, so we can bet.
Okie dokie.
It's our little house. Here we go. So we've got the little campfire. We can pop that up on this.
And if you think that it's easy, it's like having an opinion is easy. Trying to express it, the reasons behind it, which people will ask the reasons, in a way that won't make people upset is hard.
Yeah.
If not impossible.
I know you know this, but I guess for both of our audiences, so like reviews have reached a weird point in video gaming space that they're no longer used as a point of purchase tool.
Which I feel they should. Like, that's their purpose.
Yeah, but they are used either as a celebration or as a point of conflict.
Yeah.
So for most people, they go to read a review. It is either of a game that they hate or love, and they want to see someone agree, or they want to fight with someone who doesn't like the thing that they like. Oh, there you are, you little shit.
Which I personally feel has missed the point of reviews. It's like, what they want is an analysis, which is not what a review... I feel like that's... we've unfortunately come into a scenario where people are combining or like conflating the two, which they're not. I think both of them are valid and have their place, but you shouldn't go to a review when what you're looking for is a praise or analysis or anything like that, because it's not what a review is for. Or at least I don't think it should be.
And the irony being is, like, reviews are incredibly time-consuming to write.
Yeah.
Like, properly going through them is so hard. But they are expected and requested and then critiqued so hard in themselves. So it's not just enough that you've got to review a video game, that your review of that video game is also going to be reviewed.
Yes. It almost makes me want to make like a satirical review with just a copious amount of filler that is just disclaimers, because I feel as though that's what you have to do to not piss people off now with a review, is make a disclaimer constantly with every single, like a caveat to everything you say, which I think is a shame. That's so sad that, like, I mean, Twitter as well, it's like you can't say anything without making your entire, like, philosophy known, lest somebody take it in bad faith and assume when you said you like pancakes, they think you hate waffles.
So it's why a lot of the people, when they get successful in that space, they just do long form content.
Yeah.
It's more relaxing. They can take their time.
Like even now, even in these streams, how many times have I had to like make a caveat of like, not that there's anything wrong with that, or like things like that, because people will just, like, the bad faith folk will always just take the most uncharitable way, and because you didn't mention this, that means you I don't know, eat babies or something.
Yeah. Oh no!
That's okay. I cooked what I needed to cook.
Okay. Yeah. I do not envy having an audience the size of yours.
It can be scary sometimes.
Yeah, you can't do nuance. What's his name? The anime Pope. Jeff Thu, that's it. Put out a video about Power of Grayskull! About you should skip some bits of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure because it's really hard to watch. And he's not wrong. As someone who's been a long time, I played the fighting game, the 2D fighting game of JoJo's before it was cool. It's such a hard series to get through. And honestly, skipping some bits that you can then go back and re-experience when you have both the mental interest and the context of care is great.
Yeah, but he was torn apart at that notion. Like,
he said maybe skip some bits.
Yeah, he said maybe skip some bits, and people like really, and people are gonna hold on to that. The internet seems to really like to hold on to grudges, and people are gonna bring that up like anytime he tries to make an opinion from now on. And I think like the anime man, like, or anime man, what's his name? Is that his name? The anime man?
I've heard him referred to as the anime Pope.
Anime Pope, whatever. Like, there are some things that I'm like, I don't know that I agree with that. But it's like, that's where it should end, you know? Like, in my opinion, that's where it should, like, you don't need to make it a vendetta to use that as fuel to discount everything they say forever, you know?
Yes, Derry Quill, that is Mother's Basement.
Mother's Basement, that's what they're, It's like... Okay, so he had some opinions that you disagree with, and of course, that's not me. God, it's so hard to talk about this stuff without having to make a disclaimer at everything. This does not apply to everything. I'm not making a blanket statement of like, oh, well, he thinks eating babies is okay, so I differ with that opinion because the eating babies is bad. It's like, no, I'm not talking about eating babies, you know, like, I just...
Yeah.
You take what I'm saying in good faith. Take what he's saying in good faith. You know, like saying that you should skip a few parts of JoJo is not gonna set the world on fire. So he says that you should watch a show in a way that you disagree with. It's not a big deal.
It's not a bad time. But again, it's one of the reasons why I love streaming is because you can have that nuanced banter.
Yes.
You don't have to just pop it into a YouTube video and hope the wrong people
Because then you can add those details of things that maybe you didn't mention, and people are like, oh, well, what about this? Where with a YouTube video, you have to think of every possible counterpoint people could come in and write it into your script. And that's what I assume you mean by writing a script is hard and takes a long time, is because you have to think about every possible angle the counterpoints could come at. Because you can't just like add to it. Because it's a video.
So yeah, I say this a lot. It's one of the jammy things about doing, streaming full time is that you can have these like long nuanced banters. I mean, shit, we talked about positives and negatives of Breath of the Wild.
Yeah.
And nobody started stabbing each other. Like, oh my god, you think that sticks breaking is bad? I'll kill you!
Yeah.
Oh god, I just wanted to discuss the systems in this video game.
Though I will say,
sorry.
To be fair, Breath of the Wild is old enough that I think that that era has passed, and now people are no longer looking at it with not rose-tinted glasses, but I don't know, the fresh new car smell, as it were. Which I think, and I know this from my experience having a similar discussion with chat about Elden Ring when it just came out, and
yes.
Yeah, it's like,
but
yeah.
Well, to articulate on that, one of the things that we don't really discuss, and this kind of comes off of the review scene being very fast, is sometimes we really do need to sit and digest some video games.
Yeah.
And I'm going to pick on a nice, easy target, which is BioShock Infinite.
Right.
BioShock Infinite at release had a plethora of positive reviews. Big
Glowing.
AAA game. It was, the trilogy in a beloved franchise. Ken Levine being Mr. Charming on the touring scene and doing interviews and things like that. Like, yeah, everyone was all about that. And then about 6 months after, everybody kind of stopped, and there was a bit of a record scratch moment. They were like, actually, this isn't good. Like, it's not bad.
Yeah, it's just kind of good, but it's not the amazing, like, showstopper, like, what is it? What's the movie that everyone says is like the best movie ever? It's like a black and white
it's not
movie.
the Citizen Kane.
Yeah,
of
it's not
video
the
games.
Citizen Kane of games like we thought it was, but like you couldn't say that a week after release, right? But
Okay,
like
no, we're
then
fine.
everyone started to realize that case, a few weeks or months later, that it's like, no, it has its flaws.
Well, so we started because my good friend Kyle vehemently hates that game, not because of what it is mechanically, but what it says artistically. And I hadn't really thought about it until I started to digest it. Because here's the thing: you show up in Colombo,
Right.
Columbus, Sky City,
Right.
and it is, it is the ultimate Americana to the worst degree.
Yeah.
Floating twee picket fences, but also sky racism.
Yeah.
And you encounter this, racism bad, you fight the baddies, you do some mean shit to them, there's a scene with a boardwalk, it's fascinating. And then, in the second act, you do your first jump, and it flips, and the story says, actually, the people who were fighting against the racists, they're just as bad. And
yeah, I have
you
heard
find
that.
something like, actually, excuse me, that's not.
Yeah,
no.
that's that. No, like it's
No.
like it tries to both sides it, and it's like,
Yeah.
no,
And-
BioShock Infinite.
Yeah. And it's one of those things that you have to sit and digest them. But you can't do that if you're a game reviewer, because like sometimes friends, like, for reviewing a game, you get it on a Wednesday and you got to have that review like publicized by Friday. So
Oh, that's another thing, is like reviewers aren't allowed to sit on their thoughts on the game. They got to get it out. They got to get it out when the game is out.
the games media space right now is very much about first click, first post.
Yep. Oh,
You know.
there's a troll, by the way.
Is he still hanging around?
Yep.
All right, I gotta put some more boxes down before I come
All
join
right,
you in combat, 'cause-
he's after me. I'm gonna try and keep him distracted.
All right, let me just dunk all the goodies, and I will come break his face, because it is all about the he said she said bullshit.
But yeah, you can't say that, the week of release, because that's when everyone's on their joy high and like, yeah.
And so Air Dragon, it's not about adversarial conversation. It's about why people seek out reviews. these days, people want to have an outlet that they trust or respect confirm their feelings. People don't read reviews of Elden Ring to find out if Elden Ring's good. They read the review to see if game reviewers say nice thing about game they love.
Yeah.
And that's like, oh,
Ooh.
and I'm not necessarily dissing on that. It's just,
No.
That's the nature of it.
I am dissing on it slightly, personally. Will, you can claim innocence because you're just an innocent bystander. I'm dissing it a little bit because I personally believe that they are missing the original point of reviews. And of course, that might not be what they're for now. That's what they were for before, and we've kind of put them in this scenario of what they are now. I personally believe that we should go back to... Oh my gosh, you're nearly dead, friendo.
Yeah, one of the Greylings caught my feeties.
Because now that they are used as this, like, well, you should like this or you should hate this thing, now there's a gap. There's a vacuum of that kind of informative content, I feel.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen it with the long-form reviewers. They get to... I'm actually doing more damage with my little sharp axe, so I'm going to move to that. Just clear these feckin' Greylings out.
Yeah. Watch yourself.
Ah!
Oh, good dodge.
Okay.
We nearly got him. Very good dodges.
Much as I'm enjoying that
Whittling
stag hammer, I need to
whittling him down with my bow. He's almost dead. He's almost down. Yeah!
Yes!
All right,
Get it, fuck!
Clean up these little lings.
Oh, yeah, now you're running. Now you're running!
Yeah. Very, very nice. Clapped.
I mean, we do have long-form video content now, which is really good. So, like, we've got...
Oh, I got an entire helmet out of that. Hold on.
Nice.
Oh, no. That's a crafting material. I was going to say, no way he dropped clothing.
That would
Alright.
be too good.
That would be too good. But yeah, that's why, like, even though it is no different from a review, now people are titling videos differently to indicate that it's informative, like the Before You Buy series.
Yeah.
Because that way, that's like inherently a disclaimer in the title for people who haven't bought the game yet, not for the people who have.
And I mean, there's a large number of reasons of why this could have happened. I mean, the race to first has been something the industry has been struggling with for a while. That's why shit like embargoes and stuff exists.
Yeah.
Is to try and give everybody a fair shot.
In a perfect world, games would have more time and reviewers would have more time. Like in an ideal world, I would say the game release, quote unquote, would be released for reviewers, and then they would have a month or so to write their review, and then that's when the game would be released to the public, like a month or so later, so that they could sit on their thoughts maybe, and then the embargo would be at that month.
Absolutely. But like a month in game development time is so long.
It is.
A lot of those
is.
big games, like, they are making changes up until the 11th hour now, which is a good thing, but it also means that if a game is big and expensive and not as good as the team had hoped, they might not want reviewers to have a long time with it.
Yeah.
So they don't have time to find the problems.
Yeah. It's a tough, complex issue.
Yeah. And it's again, it's one of those things where when you're on the side of just playing games and experiencing them, it's fine to critique them. No, that was going to sound really patronizing. Basically, the reality of it is always somewhat disappointing. But that doesn't mean that people are wrong for critiquing it. I think that's what I was going for. You know, I'd love to see, reviewers do better, be paid better, and have time to really go in depth. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
And saying it is what it is probably the biggest cop-out of all time. But...
Yeah, no, I think it's okay. It's a fine acknowledgement that, like, we are not... I think how I take that phrase is an indicator that you are not blinded by idealism, that you acknowledge how the world is, but it's okay to also acknowledge how you feel it should be and what we should strive for. It is what it is like acknowledging, like, you know, you're not complaining, like, you're not going to whine day and night about the unfairness of it. You're just pointing out that it is a bit unfair.
Yeah.
And I think that's fine.
And it does suck because, like, reviewers don't get paid good money. Like,
No.
Video game review is, it feels like it's this this pedestal position. It really does feel like from the outside, like, game reviewers hold the power, that they are these, like, you know, these critiques swilling wine in one glass, like the dude from Ratatouille come in and go, yes, I shall judge your video game. But they are overworked, underpaid, and stressed to all hell. And with the move to, like, content creation with the rest, a lot of them suddenly have been expected to be not just writers and reviewers, but also streamers and YouTubers.
Entertainers, yeah.
Right? And it's been fascinating. When we've talked to a lot of people, we kind of talk about the trilogy of the games media sphere. So you have, like, static content, live content, and, you know, journalistic content. I know that's an oversimplification, but, like, you have the games media sites and the kind of content they put forward. You have static, by which I mean, like, YouTube, so be it like satirical videos, review videos, deconstructions, and then live format, which is over here. And they kind of that's the triforce of talking about video games. And it's kind of fascinating. And it's weird because it's been such a long time, but there's so much of this space that's still dictated by what happened before. You know, when we were doing the preamble, friendos, we were talking about, games that weren't great that we'd love to remake and make better. And I mentioned Kane and Lynch, and oh boy, when I talk about some spice. I mean, to my understanding, please correct me if I'm wrong, friendos, but, like, Kane and Lynch is the reason we got Giant Bomb as a site, because the guy who reviewed it gave it a negative review and was fired for it. Like, shit used to be wild. And
damn.
Yeah.
Yeah, that is also another problem, right? It's like, I don't think, I don't know, and you don't have to give any further information to put you in hot water, since you have worked in the games industry, Will. So I have the benefit of being totally ignorant on this. I'm not dragging you into it. But, like,
hey, I'm indie now. I can talk about all the good shit.
I personally believe that although maybe some, you know, being in the pocket of some people does happen, it's not as straightforward or to the extent people might like to believe. Like, it's
you're
like
100%
small,
right.
It's small favors, like, oh, this guy went out to dinner with me, or like, oh, I got a game key from this one developer. So, and it's not like they do it intentionally. It's all, like, subconscious stuff from like in a subconscious level. Like, do I now have to try to be harsher on this game to, like, make up for the fact that I have a non-traditional relationship with the developer, or do I try and be nice to stay in the good graces so they would be more likely to give me more keys in the future, right? It's like, that's a struggle that Total Biscuit ran into all the time, and he just drew a very hard line on that was like I will not critique or do first impressions on any game that I have any personal experience with the developer, like only professional experiences.
The reason he needed to do that was a reaction to something that hasn't happened for a long time.
Oh yeah, with the what's it, something Souls, or like Elder something. It was a boss rush game, and TB said it wasn't for him, which is a completely, like, inoffensive way to say that he doesn't like the game. He didn't even say the game was bad. He just said it wasn't for him. And the dev, one of the devs was very, we'll say, salty about that, and made a kind of an attack on him. And as a result, TB very professionally, I gotta say, it was a great response. He didn't say anything about the developer. He didn't lash back at him with like a gotcha or anything. He was just like, I can't look at this game anymore because I have inherent biases now. And it's like, yeah, he might want to get harsher on the game because of what the dev said, or he might want to compensate and be nicer to make up to try and appear professional. So the only like fully unbiased way to look at it is to not cover the game.
And things have
that man had integrity.
Better. Yeah, things have gotten a lot better in the space, but we're still living in the shadow of a lot of that.
Yeah.
What tends to happen these days is like publishers will blacklist some outlets, but very rarely individuals.
Right.
And usually for expose content. I mean, famously, before they got bought by Microsoft, Kotaku and a few other outlets were blacklisted by Bethesda.
Oh.
And then Bethesda just stopped doing advanced copies for journos and noticed no change in their sale. However, this would then come back to bite them on the arse with the release of Fallout 76, when they'd basically snubbed the journalistic side of games media, and then they released a game that was, we'll say, subpar at launch, and oh boy, it meant that all the people they blacklisted were kind of rubbing their hands together. I forget where I was going with this point. I'm making it sound way more sinister than it is.
Yeah.
Because a cult was saying they get nervous about interacting with journos, and that's understandable as a game dev creative. But to be honest, all the journos I know who are professional are fucking great. And aside from some of the expose stuff, they're more often than not they're looking for things to uplift, and I always respect that. It was so fascinating to see how, like, the huge shot in the arm for YouTube was definitely a lot of negative feelings that people had towards the big gaming journalistic websites that pushed people towards, like, you know, TB and Jesse and all of those, like, first wave legendary video game YouTubers. You know?
Yeah.
It's so fascinating, the history of our medium that's happened in such a short space. You know, usually when you talk about like art history and how it's been critiqued and discussed and things like that, you know, you'd have the same amount of drama over hundreds of years, not 10 years, right?
Yeah. Ooh, is that why people don't take IGN's reviews seriously at all? Kind of, but also for a myriad of reasons. Although I will say, I think personally, now this is only purely talking about IGN as a business trying to make money to pay its employees. I don't know what goes on behind the scenes, so maybe there's something. This is not me condoning any potential behind the scenes things that might happen. You know, I don't want anyone to go like, oh, so you're okay with IGN eating babies? It's like, I don't know that IGN eats babies, right? I don't know any of that. This is just me saying, I think IGN gets a bad rap when they're trying to get paid and pay their employees, because unfortunately we live in a capitalism and we need money so that we can live. And that means sometimes you have to take money where you can get it. And when it comes to reviewing and journalism, you know, when big publishers are offering you a paycheck to feature their game in an advertisement, yeah, there's a conflict of interest, but you also want to eat tonight. So what do you do there, right?
Well, and you think about like the other kinds of like advertising that one could take. It's a whole kettle of monkeys.
Yeah.
I have had a whole cafetiere of coffee to myself, and I desperately need to pee. Could I leave you with these lovely mother hubbards for a sec?
Of course, go ahead.
All right, and then if you need a bathroom break, we can swapsy tradesies.
Yeah.
I'll protect you.
Thank you. But yeah, that's what I think. It's like, sure, maybe they shouldn't be taking money because there's a conflict of interest there, or taking money and also reviewing the games they're taking money from. They try to, from what I understand, I don't know, I do not work at IGN. From what I understand, they have a lot of reviewers, so I presume what they try to do is they have the people who are in charge of taking those deals and the people who are in charge of reviewing them be different people. So there's like a degree of separation there. So the conflict of interest is not nearly as direct. But there is still a conflict of interest that, you know, the boss man might say, hey, try and go easy on this game. They are paying us to be advertised on our website. But again, if that's your job, if that's what's bringing in the paycheck, I can hardly blame them. And not all of us have the luxury of being able to turn those down to keep up. Being able to keep your integrity is a privilege. That's a privilege that I have because I am well off. I have money that decently pays for my well-being, that I can have that integrity. That's why I can refuse something like Raid Shadow Legends and make a funny video of like, don't give me money, I want a date, and basically try and make them to dance monkey dance for me. But not everyone has that luxury. You know, like I said, you gotta get food on the table. So what do? Do you keep your integrity and say no to this paycheck? Or do you just like maybe give in a little bit to the temptation so that you can have shelter and food and warmth for the winter, right? And that's why I have a little bit of sympathy for websites like IGN, for all the memeing and, oh my god, of all the times this had to happen when Will was going to pee. For all the memes people have about IGN and all those games journalistic websites, I do feel for them, you know? And I don't, they're in a tough spot. Oh, thank you, Will's here.
I'm back, baby!
And I'm dead. Of all the times the game decided to send an invasion at us. That Joe had to make that disclaimer before he made his view known drives home the point that he was making earlier. Yeah, that the internet has encouraged us to take the most bad faith, uncharitable way possible. And it's like, if you don't specifically say in every opinion you have that you don't eat babies, because you didn't say you don't eat babies, I'm going to assume you eat babies.
Yeah. Twitter dies, I am not going to miss that.
Yeah.
But I also got murderated, so
yeah, that's okay. We can just run back.
No, it's been it's a fascinating side of things. One of the things that's kind of been that I've been trying to balance is that now I'm independent and I can support, you know, friends' games as much as I can. Is like, how do I make sure it doesn't seem as if I am just Captain Von Shillington of the HMS Shill Your Stuff, when I genuinely support the hell out of these games, you know? You know, maintaining that, I don't want to say integrity, because, I mean, these mother hubbards know me.
Mm-hmm.
But, like, yeah. You know, balancing, taking sponsorships, and being able to say, like, no, I really, really support the shit out of this thing.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Greybeard, you make a good point. And I agree, you should, like, make a disclaimer to the company giving you money and, like, say, like, I'm just going to review this the same way I would any other game. But that's easier said than done because we're human and we are fallible to biases. And there's no way, we don't have a time machine or a multiverse viewer to see what would happen if you didn't get paid, to compare if your review really is the same if you had not gotten paid, right? Like, you can say that, and maybe you believe that, and maybe it is true to an extent, but it's hard to know for sure, you know? And that's maybe that's too high of a level of scrutiny that we should hold, or a level of standard that we should hold reviews for video games of all things up to. But it is a thought that I have thought about, that maybe, you know, for some things, you know, how far should that integrity be, right? How far should we extend that integrity? Because in the grand scheme of things, I love video games, but in the grand scheme of things, it, along with a lot of art, is not the most important thing in the world. I think it's very important. Like I said, don't take this in bad faith. Art is very important. Video games are very important. And I would never say it's just a video game, but like when it comes to
the amount of scrutiny that are put on people who review video games, comparable to how much they impact the world.
Yes, is not a lot. Yeah, like scrutiny, the amount of integrity and scrutiny needed for a video game is probably not as important as the integrity and scrutiny of reviewing a medicine, for example.
Yeah.
Like, in like comparison to other things. Now, it does have its own importance inherently without being compared to something else, but that's the point I'm trying to make. I'm trying to talk very carefully and get my point across. Like, Will, you understand my point, but
No,
I'm just,
I get it wholeheartedly. Oh, crud vapors. I had a really articulate point that I was going to add on that one, and it has dropped right the feck out of my head.
Yeah.
Just need to grab my my goodies.
I'm gonna run out of the raid zone. There we go. Just so they stop hunting me and I can have a chance to rest up and put things on.
So I think the raid is done now. It's just there's a few of them still left.
Stragglers. Okay. But yeah, that's I think why video games don't have as much integrity as they could. Whether they should or not, I think it's going to be up for debate constantly. I don't think it would be bad to hold people to a higher integrity, but again, sometimes they have to sacrifice some of it to put food on the table. And unfortunately, the job of being a video game journalist and reviewer is not a human need like a doctor or a farmer. So it's like, it's a hard line to draw of where we should extend that, of how important it is, you know? Anyway.
Just trying to...
Just a nice, casual, low-stakes conversation about the nature of jobs and capitalism.
Yep. And I'm not doing too badly, but they're getting the poisons on me. So I'm having to just play Kitey Kitison's Kite Ventures.
It's a double-edged sword, yeah. And it's a complex issue, as with most issues.
Yeah.
Where there is a reason, maybe not always a good one, but there is a reason why it is the way it is. And just like game development, when you fix one thing, odds are several other things might break. Yeah. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't try to fix it, though. I'm not one to say that you should stick to the status quo because it's what we're familiar with. But understand the situation that you're in.
And no, this is a really good banter. I'm just I'm trying to do some shenanigans here, and they are not making it easy.
Yeah, you do your shenanigans. I'm just cooking a wee bit of food, and then I'll be ready to... Actually, what if am I able to craft some things? What am I? Troll leather helmet.
I'm at that point where I've just eaten, so I can't snack on more to heal.
Right, so you just gotta wait.
Yep. Thankfully, I've still got the buff going on. The one thing that I did want to add on all of that is that, at least for the interactions that I've had, especially, and this is like non-mobile, mostly core like PC with some console type gamings, is that everybody in the space fucking loves video games, and that often includes like the people that organize, you know, like video game campaigns and, you know, big crossover content and stuff like that. And that's something that I always love about the space. You know, when when a booze company reaches out to a video game person to do a crossover thing, do sponsored content, what have you, there's usually a level of, nah, we genuinely like what you do. Fuck you, you healing bastard piece of shit.
Would you like some assistance?
It's a mess, and the shaman keeps healing them up. So I've got my big hammer, and I hit them all. I'm like, yeah, I'm winning. And shaman's like, wouldn't it be fucking funny if all of these little bastards suddenly got a heal?
Part of the problem is we're ruling the algorithmic averages, which encourage ratings of either 0 or 10. That is true. However, understand that the origins of the number rating system, which goes back to... goes way far back to reviews for media in general, is a sort of streamlining, and it's kind of a quality of life, right? It's like some people don't want to read an entire review. They just want to quickly know, is this a good product? And they can look at the rating and make their judgment there. I feel as though that's a problem without an easy solution, and a problem that the problem is not any one person's fault. you know, and that it does have its value, because some people are just casual consumers and don't want to know. Like, everyone in here, anyone who has had any thought of like any of this stuff, we're a niche. We're the hardcore audience. Like,
Yup.
the fact that you are watching this stream, you are already the hardcore audience. I think we are not the mainstream masses that would look at those reviews, where that number stuff is pretty harmless, you know, on the larger scale.
Yeah. honestly,
Actually, I should make the disclaimer so that someone doesn't take that in bad faith and be like,
yeah.
oh, so what if there's a good art house film that is innovating and it gets a bad reviews and people don't see it as like, of course, yes, that is a shame that sometimes some innovative new pieces of art are suppressed due to that. But again, that's like, you can't get rid of ratings because ratings do serve a valuable purpose. How valuable, again, nobody can say, but it's like they do serve a purpose that we have not found a perfect solution to.
Oh yeah, and it's also worth saying that, you know, we're still living with a lot of the overhangs of the old systems, like, because someone's bringing up the whole, like, you know, any game that is rated under 8 on a
is
scale
garbage,
of 10
yeah.
is considered bad.
Yeah.
And this comes from, you know, the old magazine system, because it is easy to forget that a larger portion of how games are reviewed, especially the numerical score and the ranking and that, came from physical magazines, where you had to physically buy the magazine to be able to read the reviews, or skim them in your local feckin' corner shop. And those magazines were entirely kept upright by advertising. That was a much more sinister time when it came to like paid reviews and elements like that. Now, I think I'll go too far off the beaten track if we start talking about like the brown envelope Virgin Interactive days. But
yeah, that's before my time.
Yeah, I mean, I grew up kind of on legendary stories of those times. I wasn't there. I only heard the tales. But what was it? Was it Future Publishing, who used to do every like Xbox magazine, Games Master? If there was a console and it had an exclusive magazine, that's where it would come from.
Right.
And so what would happen is that discussions would be made, and a game from a large notable publisher might end up with an 8 out of 10, when really it was a 6. But that same publisher has a big game coming out, and you wouldn't want to miss out on the exclusives for that.
Yeah, so you try and be a little nice so that it's more likely you'll get flown out or play it early or get the review copy.
Like, that happened a lot during the magazine era, and once the internet destroyed print media, a lot of that was gone, but we were left with the after effects, the fact that an 8 out of 10 is considered the baseline for video games.
Because so many of them were, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, let us remember that Cool Spot got a perfect review. Fucking Cool Spot.
Cool Spot. The 7-Up
Cool
Spot mascot.
Yeah, I wonder how that came to be.
And that's why I feel some people are wearing nostalgia goggles about the good old days when everyone just said that games were awesome. It's like, because they had no integrity.
Yeah. Now again, not putting on anyone on blast.
No, not at all. I don't blame them. You know, again, gotta put food on the table.
Except for Virgin Interactive, I'll wail on them all day. But they were infamous, and again, this is all rumor and hearsay. I'm not blaming or accusing anybody. Please don't sue me. But there were rumors that a lot of Virgin Interactive games, that along with the review code, there would be a brown envelope that would be quite chubby, and it may or may not contain money and substances. When you look at how some of the Virgin Interactive games reviewed back in the day, makes you wonder. Now, this unfortunately is one of those things that carries through. It's both the best and worst thing about video games as art, is that because we're so young, the language and the ideas of it, weren't formed cohesively. They weren't formed with any kind of like, let's sit down and think this through. I promise we won't get into this topic, but game genre is another one of like, makes no sense to anyone on the outside.
There's no standardized. And if I could interrupt briefly,
go jump in.
there's no standardization of any of this stuff, and that's what I wanted to get into. I saw someone in my chat of like, the problem is we need a standardized rating system, but it's like, that's easier said than done. How do you do that? Like, I agree, it would be nice to have a standardized system that everyone follows, but we are human, we all have different opinions, and we all have different standards of things, right? And like, we all have different standards of what should be an 8 or what should be a 7, what a 7 should mean.
We've had OpenCritic and Metacritic and stuff like that, but then that's led to an additional pressure on these reviews and how they affect things. Let us not forget when publishers would only do developer bonuses
if they met a certain Metacritic score.
Yeah, as if somehow that was the be all and end all.
Yeah.
God. And I'm not proud of this, but I remember being irate as all hell because one of my favorite games, Hotline Miami, would have been a perfectly reviewed game on Metacritic, except for the fact that one person for Screen Wipe, Kill Screen, whatever it was called, gave it just a scathing review, who was then called out and later admitted they never actually played it, they just needed to bang out the review to make their quota. Yeah, and you can't have reviews taken off of Metacritic easily. And fucking MGS5, lol. GTA 5. Incredibly well reviewed across the board. They gamed the fucking system like nobody's business. GTA Online did not release out the box. And neither did any of the microtransaction systems. Those all weirdly happened to release after the 6-month grace period for when the Metacritic review is locked in. They didn't introduce microtransactions or online systems until after the Metacritic could no longer be changed.
Right.
And it's like, oh, you bastards.
Yeah, it's like we have not developed a style of review for games because games are such a unique media. It's not because like movies, you watch a movie in theaters and you watch it at home, and sure, it's going to be a slightly different experience, but it's still the same movie. You watch it 10 years from now, it's still the same movie. Games are not that case. Like, reviews as we know them are not tailored to the way games exist. And somebody else made a fantastic point. You can't standardize personal opinion. I 100% agree. Like, that's a bigger conversation about review of like a review of media in general. Oh, hi, Bracky. We're talking about review and game stuff and how reviewing is inherently flawed because it has to do with personal opinion, and that there's no way to standardize opinion.
Now, there is one thing that is a bonus to I guess yourself and myself, is that if there was a standardized review system that people could get like a clear line, there'd probably be less hunger for experiences like this. Like, you know, we're hanging out with our respective peoples, and it is much easier to get a sense of a vibe of a game from watching people actually get stuck into it than from reading a write-up on it.
Which I'm going to start a conversation on that real briefly. But firstly,
let's go.
Thank you.
I got nowhere else to be.
Yeah, thank you again very much, Bracky. If you guys don't know, Brackyzoid, he's a fantastic artist on the tweeters at Brackyzoid, and he does games. And I don't stream with him. I raid with him in Final Fantasy 14 because he's my co-tank. He's a cool boy, good lad.
I will have to throw them a follow.
But yeah, it's interesting. I noticed this before, like a couple of years ago. I think it's not a secret that people are coming to Twitch streams and YouTube Let's Plays in place of their reviews so that they can see the game for themselves. Yes. Because with that, sure, there might still be a conflict of interest because the streamer or Let's Player might be sponsored to play that game, but it is such a more raw look at the game, at least a first impression of the game, that is hard to encapsulate in a review. It gives you a different aspect of a game than a review would. Not to say that it's better or more real than a review. In fact, there are some things that a review will show you, will teach you about a game that a Let's Play won't. But it is definitely a niche of kind of not even game journalism, but game information on media that I think has value that people are seeing. And Yeah.
Well, so this is something I love talking about because, for those who don't know, like I worked at the Creative Assembly for the longest time. Like that was my longest video game job, and we were working on RTS games, which are fucking notoriously difficult to review. The reason being is that they're slow and they're very much about the journey. There aren't bombastic set piece moments. It isn't easy to describe to someone. I'm heading back to main base because I think I can make myself a leather hat.
Yeah, I'm at main base now, just repairing some stuff.
And it was so hard because when looking to get an RTS game reviewed, it's not just getting someone interested enough to play it to review it. You also have to find someone who gets RTSs because it's its own weird
understanding the
language.
game is important in giving an informed, kind of review of it as well.
It's like back in the day, Chris Bratt, who now does People Make Games. I fucking
not the
him.
actor, by the way, not Chris Pratt, the actor, Chris Bratt.
No, Chris Bratt, aka Bratters, who does People Make Games, not It's a Me Mario. The fuck it was that voice. Sorry.
Separate conversation. I'm in I think we're all in agreement there, but yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, Chris
and
Bratt with a B.
He was one of the few people on the British game journo scene who knew RTSs and really played them. So like he would give like legit in-depth reviews, and it was fucking great working with him. But with a lot of games that sometimes they're very hard to put into words the experience. I mean, shit, Valheim's a great example. I read the pre-release blurbs on this and immediately dismissed it because I'm like, it's yet another craft and survival. Oh, this time it's Viking. Oh, this time it's low poly. Whatever. Scoffing noises.
It's hard to put feeling into words.
Yeah. And to see this being played, you can immediately understand it.
Yep.
And not to turn up the hyperbole to 17. Fucking Minecraft.
Yeah.
I cannot imagine that game coming out in the 90s and doing well because no reviewer would get it.
Nope.
What is it? It's a game with no story, no direction. I had to make my own stuff. Boring. 2 out of 10.
Yeah. What was it that someone reviewed Doom by asking why can't I talk to the demons? It would be like that. It's like I feel like nowadays we are more understanding of what a game's goals are and what it's trying to do and review it based on that. And I think that's how you need to look at art is look at what is it trying to achieve and does it achieve that? What are its goals? You have to take the authorial intent in mind. Authorial intent is not the only thing that matters, but it matters in seeing how well, Yeah.
Well, the fun thing about games is that there's very rarely one person making them.
Exactly,
so that means
yes.
The author's intent is actually a group of people all putting little bits of their own self into it, creating something. This is why talking about games is so much fun, because it's your thoughts and feelings on it are super valid. And I'm sorry if I'm repeating what I said last week, but one of my favorite things I did recently was after Floydo finished Hollow Knight. We just went down to my local, got some burgers and some pints in, and just broke it down. And we realized just how much of Hollow Knight is entirely up to your artistic interpretation.
Yes, very much so.
And when it comes to the review of the experience, holy hell, you can get as into the art as you want, or you can focus on just the mechanics and nonsense. It's great. I love it.
That's why
I love video games.
I appreciate Joseph Anderson did not review it as an art piece, because he was as an art, this is absolutely worth the price, and you can get it, and I'm not reviewing it as an art, and I think there's an argument to be made there of how you should look at it as an art, but he was looking at it in where it could improve and as all that stuff, whereas you have other people looking at it as an art piece. I think there's value in that separation of clearly saying I am not trying to indicate whether or not it's worthwhile. In fact, he gives it a glowing review of yes, this game is more than worth the price and you should get it. It would be a crime if you didn't. I appreciate that he made that disclaimer, because some people might mistake his his review of Hollow Knight, his critique, I should say, of Hollow Knight as saying that the game is bad, but it's not. It's just his real thoughts about, like, here is where it could be improved, and maybe somewhat looking at it in a vacuum, which of course can also be seen as, like, incorrect, but of course, like, you know, subjectivity. Yeah.
I'm gonna make a hat.
Ooh, good.
Because you've got the cool cape, so I'm gonna make the hat.
Heck yeah. I might make myself a hood to be stealthy. Do we have any bones? We're lacking in bones. We need to go fight some skeleton.
Yeah. Soon may the skeleton come.
Ooh, Eric, hello. Wait, have my alert notifications not been going off? Thank you for the, holy crap, for the 41 months. Dark Souls is strangling me, and I might blame you. Anyways, love you, Joseph. Have fun with Valheiming. I love you too, Eric. Also, Rusty Alchemist.
Don't get killed by Dark Souls.
John Dark Souls. He's coming to get you.
He's coming to get you. He's always been out to get you.
He's always out there.
This is why I get so jazzed and excited about talking about all this. You know, one of the things.
Talking about games with you is fun.
I've always been a bit of a media nerd for a lot of different things, but you know, especially cinema was one I used to be a huge fan of, and that's definitely something that I'm not at the same point because, you know, everything great has been said about so many films and deconstruction. Mm-hmm. It definitely feels now that, you know, cinema's reached a point of like hyper articulation on a theme alongside, you know, like spectacle creation, which is great. It's fine. I ain't dissing, but I always envied those people that got to encounter cinema as it was unfolding in its heydays and its glory. You know, they got to have these great conversations and these great art breakdowns. And I was over here being like, oh, I guess they said all the things about the thing that could only get said.
But we get to do that with games now.
Yeah, we fucking do. And you know, it still feels a little bit like, you know, your dad wouldn't get it. Mm-hmm. But for a lot of time,
we were born too late to explore the oceans, which is cinema, but we're young enough to explore the galaxy of games.
Fuck yes.
Because, like, and I think that's the equivalent.
Yeah, it's something to be, like, genuinely excited about. With, you know, discussions about, like, games journalism and things like that. You know, those people are unfortunately on the forefront of that battle.
Yeah,
and
sadly.
I don't envy them.
Me neither.
But we're now in a position where people make games and NoClip can sit down and make a half-hour-long documentary about one level from Unreal Tournament.
Right.
Which is obviously the Facing Worlds, one of the best, worst maps in video games. I keep promising myself that I'm going to take some time off and do some incredibly minute video essay stuff. There's one level in Sniper Elite 3 which I want to just sit down and talk about for 20 hours.
Once you're done with what you're doing, take your time, by the way. Don't rush. Would you mind having a sleep?
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
Once you are finished.
Chat and snooze.
Yeah. Oh, look at you. Yeah, you look like a proper Viking now.
Yeah. I'm ready to break some face.
Heck yeah.
No, it was developer Damien over here was messing with me, saying movies get to discuss framing and angles. We get to talk about ludonarrative dissonance. Damien, why are you like this? If you're not familiar with the term, ludonarrative dissonance is a thing that's also a joke in gaming. The TLDR is that when the reboot of Lara Croft happened, people started talking about this term and throwing it around like the new catchy buzzword, but it basically boils down to when you write a story that's heavily focused on a character and the player wants to do exactly the opposite thing of the character.
Yeah.
So in Tomb Raider, there's this scene where Lara is sad and mournful, having had to kill a deer to survive. You know, she's grown up in Britain with privilege and money, and now she has to, you know, take the life of a cute deer so that she can survive. then the player gets control and massacres every animal moving.
Yeah.
Because they have a crafting system that requires them to have resources.
Yeah, if I could add, I think on a larger scale, it is also when the narrative and gameplay are at odds.
Yes, that's a much clearer way of putting it. I love that story. And
there is some validity to that criticism. Of course, it's just a shame that sometimes, because it was the fancy new phrase that it became a buzzword that people were using for everything, even things that like you should excuse for gameplay purposes, like small stuff, because there is some ludonarrative dissonance that is okay, like that. It's just like, okay, whatever, like the fact that despite Mario and Bowser having to fight each other over and over again, they just find themselves in the same scenario. It's like, all right, we can excuse that so we can get more Mario games. And,
Damien's saying they've had to unironically use it twice IRL, and it's unfortunate to be a game designer. And a cult game dev was saying they've never had to use it, thank feck.
Yeah, because it's unfortunately a phrase that I believe makes a good point and in games, but unfortunately has become a meme. So you can't ever use it seriously in conversation anymore.
Hey, we had the same thing with immersion.
That was
immersion. The buzzword.
Immersion was such a good word that has been ruined by buzzword phenomenon.
My immersion!
My immersion!
I mean, I'll always laugh at it. But again, and it's fun because, like, unlike a lot of other mediums, these terms are very new, And ludonarrative dissonance, while it is hilarious to mock, it's unique to video games, Nothing else asks you to simultaneously observe and understand the character and be the character.
Actually, there's something similar. I saw one, I would say that not quite exactly the same thing, but someone mentioned that there is such a thing as cinematic dissonance or something like that, which is interesting. It's when like the cinematography is at odds with the storytelling, and the example they use is, believe it or not, the Michael Bay Transformer movies. How familiar are you with the Michael Bay Transformer movies?
More than I've ever wanted to be, I'm afraid.
So you know Megan Fox's character. How would you describe Megan Fox's character on a character writing level? Like if you were to do an analysis.
On a character writing spec, she's meant to be the sweet lass, the sweet salt of the earth lass from your hometown.
Right. And she's kind of looked down upon because of the sexist standards of modern society, and she's trying to prove herself that she's more than just the girl, right? And yet, how does the camera treat her? It ogles her. It shows her as eye candy. It is at odds with what this character is trying to say with their character writing. There's cinematic dissonance there. It's like, okay, this character's trying to prove herself as being more than just a piece of meat for us to ogle at, and yet the camera keeps looking at her butt and cleavage.
Yep.
It's like, what message are we supposed to take away from this, right?
The thing that cinema has to deal with, which thankfully games do not, is whoever you cast in a role can also affect how the role is perceived. Because, and I'm not condoning it, but Megan Fox was definitely used as a sex symbol for a lot of different things.
And of course, before we go on, I want to say there's nothing wrong with using sexual expression in film or games. I think it is something to be celebrated and it's part of the human experience, and we can express sex and make a sexy character and make that a part of their personality. I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I was simply saying an example of cinematic dissonance, that what the film is trying to say through the character and what it's trying to say through the cinematography are two different things.
Yeah. I was only going to add that because of how Megan Fox is looked at as an actor in the space, then affects that same framing and how it is done.
Yeah.
So it's like a heinous double. I'm going to try and get this.
Yeah, Bayonetta is a good example of a character that I think pretty much everyone is okay with being sexualized and sex being a big part of her personality, like sexual expression rather. I don't know that she bangs a lot of people in her games, but at least sexually expressive. And I think that is totally fine, and I think that's great.
We're still learning how to even discuss sex in video games.
Yeah,
so,
since games are so young and they're still seen as toys, so when you see a nipple, it's like, oh my god, the children.
Yeah, also, it's really fucking hard to create or animate sex. That's before we even get into, like, different regions and their attitudes. It's really,
we have yet hard to even defeat the uncanny valley before we can do that.
Yeah. But the thing a lot of people bring up when discussing Bayonetta is it's about the agency.
Yes.
Bayonetta is able to be sexy on their own terms.
Yes.
It is not because of... I got honey so we can start having bees.
It's not like Quiet, where it's like, oh, she has to dress this way because of her condition. It's like, no, Bayonetta dresses this way because she chooses to. We wrote her as a character that chooses to, and yes, that is an indicator of the writer wanting to make an excuse for them to have eye candy, but like it seems more upfront with Bayonetta, just like with 2B, you know, like... Sure, there's an immoral reason, but Yoko Taro's like, no, the real reason is because I like girls and I want to see her butt. And it's like, you know what? I respect that.
Okay, so this is one of those times where it's like artistic interpretation, right? Or like the intent of the author. So Yoko Taro says, I just wanted to see some boobies and some butts.
Yeah.
But then you play through Nier Automata, and everything about 2B is a discussion about like the human experience, including the hypersexualization versus the rusty robots.
Yeah, and I think you can have both.
It's a little thing that I think Yoko Taro was fucking with us when he said, I just wanted to see boobies.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was trying to throw people off so that when they did finally play through Nier and went, oh shit, no, he was saying some stuff.
Yeah, well, I think there can be an inkling of truth in it as well, because it's like, because the other answer of like, well, it's to be a deep look into, you know, what it is, which it is, according to you, because I say according to you, that sounds so dismissive, but I don't mean to be dismissive. I say that because I have not played Nier Automata. But like...
Okay, then I won't go too hard because it's still worth your time.
Yeah.
Like,
so
as a game, it's still fun to play.
From what I understand, it is a deeper talk and conversation and themes of the game, but I feel as though saying that it is purely that can come across as pretentious, as, once again, we go back to our favorite cinephile, Hideo Kojima, when he said that about Quiet, and it's like, okay, maybe it is that, and maybe you do believe that, but let's be honest, you also wanted to see butts and boobs, and that's nothing that you should be ashamed of, you know? Like,
yeah,
but
I guess the flip side was like, Yoko Taro said, I just wanted to see boobies. And if you play the game, you're like, wait, no, you're actually saying something with this. And whereas Kojima was like, oh, you know, Quiet's meant to be X, Y, and Z and say these following things. And then you play through MGS5 and you're like, actually, as a gigantic Metal Gear nerd, your logic dunny, hold up. This is like that bullshit you pulled with the Beauty and the Beast unit.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what's going on with you, dude, but don't try and use your art as an excuse.
So what you're saying is it can be done well or badly.
Yes.
And interesting.
I know, shocking that I would put forward these hot takes. No, I guess what I always try and come to at the end of these conversations is that we've not mastered how we represent sex, sexuality, gender, a whole bunch of these video games. We're still fucking learning.
Yeah.
So if you're looking to make games, don't shy away from these topics.
No.
Do your research, chat to as many people as they affect, but like, you could be the person that cracks it.
That is how we will grow and progress this medium, you know? Is when we start to explore more ideas like this and move past the, it's just a video game. Because, yes, it is just a video game, but you know what else a video game is? Art.
Yeah. There's a great speech from a GDC 1,000 years ago, which I love, which is... I hate that I'm blanking on the guy's name, because apparently I've just forgotten everything. It was one of the gentlemen that founded... one of the gentlemen that founded GDC ended up quitting GDC when he felt that it was becoming too focused on games like Doom, like puerile expressions of just nothing but violence. Like, how do we make guns shoot more bullets? How we do guns akimbo in this thing? And so he ended up quitting the space to try and make Chris Crawford. Thank you, Damien. Okay, if you look it up on YouTube, the quality's a bit shaky, but Chris Crawford did this incredible speech called the Dragon Speech, where he talks about trying to understand how to make games that are not just about conflict. They aren't just about violence.
Yeah, that does seem to be what we default to, is games are often about conflict. Even back to Mario, and even like, I don't know, freaking Pac-Man. You are avoiding getting killed.
Yeah, Pac-Man, you are either the attackee or you are the chased. But,
yeah.
But it's something that we're still struggling with, and how we represent these systems, how we represent like relationships and interactions, we're still learning.
Yeah.
I mean, okay.
Everything's about conflict. Yeah, but I think at that point you're splitting hairs. Like I think then you can define most things in conflict. Like unpacking, I think it's called, that game about where you're unpacking stuff and putting it. Like, sure, you could, if you wanted to be broad, you could say the conflict is you have stuff in your boxes that you need to organize. Like, okay, sure. But I feel that's kind of missing the forest for the trees.
Yeah. Plus, I mean, if you really did want to go deep into the paint on that one, like, there isn't an antagonistic force in unpacking.
Right. There we go.
There's no force pushing you back, either like narratively or mechanically. And even the elements, because I'm trying not to spoil unpacking, because it's one of the most brilliant brilliant ways someone has told a story in so long.
Mm-hmm.
But you can... Unpacking is the result of narrative elements that have happened, but never the result of your actions.
Yeah.
Also, Occult Game Dev was recommending Lindsay Grace did an amazing GDC talk.
There's a troll coming your way, friendo.
Oh, fuck sticks. All right. Sorry, GDC Lindsay Grace talk.
You think we could possibly take this one?
I've got slightly more armor than last time, and I've got...
Oh, he's chucking at you.
Chuck away, man. Chuck away.
I'm gonna try and snipe him from the wayside. Oh, I love that he, like, destroys trees as he attacks. The environmental destruction really adds to it.
Of course, the trees aren't on my side right now. There we go. There we go. No.
Trying to lay into him from afar. Whoa.
Oh, the one tree that would have hit him is the one that doesn't fall.
Oof.
Come on, trees. Who do you work for? Not you, said the tree.
It's okay. We will just kill him the old-fashioned way. Oh, so close.
Shit!
Oh,
Right.
I think he's got eyes on me. He noticed my my prickling.
Well, worry not, because whatever happens, I've got a pine cone.
Wonderful. Hey, we can plant some of these fir trees back home. Is that pine rather? You can plant these pines at home.
I gotta be quick with you. I've gotta stab his little feeties. So I'm just annoying enough. But I've got the stamina to dodge away. The stamina. Oh, my face!
Hey, ugly. Yeah, that's right.
Alright.
I think your seaweed clothes are tacky. Okay, I think that got his attention. Your mother's cooking is adequate.
Your father's melted elderberries! Oh, no!
No. I'll avenge you, friend.
I
Ow.
thought he was going for you, so I was going to
Yeah,
stab
me
him
too.
right in the...
I take it back. Your mother's cooking is subpar. Haha. Watch out. Oh, stamina, please.
Dude, you can't be dropping burns like that. You know, Mr. Twitch will be over here being like, "Oh, TOS. We heard what you said."
Harassment. There we go. I got him. There we are.
Just kidding. You can't harass trolls. Trolls aren't people.
Trolls aren't people. Haha,
No
innuendos.
community management safe here.
All right, let's see what's our damage here.
Yeah.
There we go. I've also got a pine cone. Look at that. There we are.
Yeah,
All right, got a few bit more of the trolley hide.
Okay.
I think
So
I'm
far
getting close to a stopping point here, so I'm gonna turn in. I'm gonna bring all these back to our home base, and then
All right. Wait for me out there so I can go get my pants.
now protect your
Then-
grave.
And then we can start making a move back. One thing I did want to say is, and it's something that I'm so happy about, is that we are at a point in the video games where we can have non-conflict games and have
Yeah.
them be good. Eastshade has been one I keep bringing up in conversation because it's awesome. You know, what if Skyrim wasn't a game about, you know, being the chosen one dragon fighter? What if you were a painter that washed up on some strange shores? And that's it. You just go around the world painting people's portraits or doing requests and exploring the land. And I think that's such a fucking great idea.
Yeah. And when we say conflict, of course, like that, really, I think that's the real problem. The problem isn't games and how we describe them. The problem is there's no good. It's language, right? We can't put our thought to word in the clearest way. Because
Yep.
we like to beam our thoughts into people, because thoughts are so complex and we can only like represent them so abstractly with language.
Yeah.
Because when we say
Oh.
conflict, what we say might not align with what somebody else thinks is conflict. Like we're
Yeah.
meaning like killing things or trying to not be killed and stuff like that. And someone else might broaden conflict to mean anything that is an obstacle, you know?
See, I try and go with, when referring to conflict, it's when the systems have you doing battle with others, where there is
Yeah.
a challenge to fight and overcome. So like Eastshade, there is no antagonistic force.
Right.
There's nothing that you are battling against. But with say,
Will, the antagonistic force is preventing you from completing the game.
there's only time and your eye. Whereas something like Ooblet, despite being cute and cozy in its art style, is about training up your little dancing vegetable to outdance the other person until they pass out.
But the
Like-
conflict there is physics and your ability to do all that thing whilst running into other objects.
Yeah. It's a very difficult conversation
Yeah.
to break down.
I hope it's
and-
clear that I was not being
Oh, yeah, no,
genuine.
I know.
Like that's me making a straw man.
But it was giving me flashbacks to some pedantic banter I've had with people in the past.
Yeah.
And for when it comes to the video game space, some people would rather be right in the old way than
Yeah.
explore the new mediums of games.
Yeah. And also some people just don't want to have good faith. Just like see it see it from my perspective real quick. Just get what I'm saying and just look at it there. Anyway,
The arrests,
congrats on
smash
grabbing your
man.
stuff.
Yeah, let me pop me clothes on, and then I've got bees and honey to bring back.
Sweet.
So-
Ooh, bees.
Well, bee, but I think we can make
Bee, singular.
I think we can start making a beehive from that one.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. Kaitis, Toem is definitely a non-conflict game, whereas Umurangi Generation is a game with conflict, despite them both being photography games. Like,
Right.
No, don't you stop.
There's
playing
a
Battle
there's a
Music,
great video by the Green brothers, Hank and John Green, about they say everything is fake, nothing is real, but what they really mean is the words we use to describe things are not real because we made them
Yeah.
up and they mean what we say, and sometimes they take on different meanings from what we think, and that everyone always has a different definition for certain things. And
And especially
Yeah.
in video games where, like, we're not even using new language to describe old art. We're using what we have to describe brand new art.
yeah. Basically, language is clunky, and not a great. It's our best means of translating thought, but it in itself is not a great means of translating thought. Not the least of which English, because English is clunky.
Oh, yeah. You can do some fun shit with it, though.
Yeah, like puns.
Fucking love puns, me.
Puns are pretty great. Puns are probably the greatest invention to come from language.
Honestly, if I had hours in a day, I would start learning Japanese properly. And not because of my weeby background, but because it's a whole new language to pun in.
Yeah.
Very pun-centric.
What's the and also perhaps you could say that one tongue twister. What's it called? Hold on. Juguma, my Japanese. Hold on. Jugumu. Tongue twister. It's a Japanese tongue twister, and like a long-running joke. What is it? Jugumu Goku no Surikire Kaijari Suigyo no. It's like a long name, basically, and it's a tongue twister.
I feel like I've encountered that in Full Metal Alchemist.
Yes, there is a joke in Full Metal Alchemist where a guy says his name is the tongue twister, and the other one's like, what a coincidence. My name is also tongue twister.
That show.
Yeah.
And to Chef Guy Andy, you can absolutely have pedantic banter as your Scar name. I'm not even
Pedantic
charging.
banter.
Not even charging. Right. So, what is the rest of your week looking like, Joe? Streams and YouTubian wise.
I'm
I've been
gonna
really bad
try
about
and
plugging your stuff.
I'm gonna try and get that D&D trailer out. I'm also working on an animation of some kind that I'm trying to get out as well. 2 different animations, so an animated trailer and then another independent animation. And chipping away at the crap guide. It doesn't have a deadline, but the next crap guide to Final Fantasy XIV will be done when it's done. Streaming more Potionomics, streaming more Bounce SMP, though I might have to drop both of those. Hopefully I can beat Potionomics soon so that I can make space for because I'm potentially thinking about, and I apologize for this because I did mention that I would like to continue Valheim even after I start the D&D weekly thing, but I'm thinking just to give myself some breathing room when I start the next D&D game, only making that the one stream I do a week, but I'm not sure yet. I'm not dead set on that.
Hey, you're helping out feckin' Worlds with the Bezos Heist, and I really fucking love streaming with you, so it's not like we can't come back to this.
Yeah, always. Yeah, of course. I just worried that it might be a while before that, you know?
I mean, hopefully I can kick ass and be around. April will be the 5-year anniversary of the Longship, so
Wow.
yeah.
Congrats ahead of time.
So over here, tomorrow we're going to go through BioShock, because we've been talking about it so much, and with both meta-narrative and subversion of expectation and all of that, like, it's a great one to talk about. And on Friday, we're going back to one of my favorite games of all time, which is the Blackout Club. And we've invited some of the devs to come on the show and talk about it. Deus has a trailer for his new video, which is like a what happened after Redacre video that he's been working on for feckin' months. It's super cool.
Very cool.
And so those are my big things. And we've been doing Bloodborne on Saturdays because it's Bloodborne. You don't need me to tell you why that's a good thing.
All right. Yeah, it seems as though we do need to find we are trying to find the next boss, but Oh wait, no, Workbench 3. Okay, it's upgrade 3, so we can make this stuff. We don't have to. All right, sweet. Yeah, all
The
right.
bees and honey is in with the ore because that's kind of where I'm putting our special stuff. You know.
Right. Okay, makes sense. But yeah, I think I'm gonna call it here.
Hey, no worry. In the new year, if you do decide to do Dystopia Rising stuff, I will be more than happy to introduce you to some of the peeps.
Yeah.
And because if you get into it, then there's a system whereby you can take your character between different games and different regions and do like trading and shit. It's really cool.
Yeah. But yeah, I think I'm going to say goodbye to my chat. Thank you, Will. I'll see you again next week. And that will be our little mini finale for now.
Okay.
But yeah, I will see about. I'll reach out to you and let you know what my plan is for the December.
Yeah. We are spoilt for cool, weird indie games. So when the Bezos Heist comes to a close, I hope everybody's ready for some fucking weird shit because it's going to be glorious. But mate, as always, it's fucking great playing with you.
Yeah.
So
Likewise. All right. I'll talk to you later, man. See ya.
okay, bye.
All right. Who shall we raid? Since we were talking about D&D, how about we raid a D&D, i.e. Brett Ultimus, who is currently running D&D. Curious Curio, Season 3, Session 4. /raid Brett Ultimus. And what shall our raid message be, do you think? What shall the raid message be? For Valhalla? Perhaps. Good night, Eric, my beloved. I hope Dark Souls works. Shall it be pizza time? I see a pizza time in the chat. It's not any context to what we said on the stream, but everybody say pizza time. Pizza time.